Sing the national anthem. Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free.
Land of wealth and joy in unity. Victors in the struggle
For the fight, we've won freedom's fight. Oh, one, strong and free. Africa
is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all her people join as one, brothers under the sun. Strong and free, one land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, strong and free. Praise thee to praise thee, praise thee, praise thee. Bless our great nation, Zambia, Zambia. Free men we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia. Praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zambia at 60 celebratory event, Standing Up for Zambia at 60. At this point, I would like to welcome Dr. Namukale Chintu, the National Secretary of the Rhodes Scholarship constituency in Zambia. Dr. Chintu, some welcome remarks.
Well, welcome all of you to the Side Business School, and I'll leave it to our dean to give a special welcome from the school. But really, we are welcoming you as the Zambian constituency of the Rhodes Scholarship. For those of you that may know, or may not know rather, the Rhodes Scholarship is the oldest scholarship in the English-speaking world, and perhaps the most prestigious. Scholarships have been given to Zambians / Northern Rhodesians for the last 120 years. But the Rhodes Scholarship is not just any academic scholarship. It is a leadership scholarship. And what does leadership mean? One element of leadership is service. And so the Rhodes Scholarship celebrated 120 years of its existence last year. And this year, Zambia celebrates 60 years of its existence. And so as Rhodes Scholars, we thought that our service to Zambia is to open up a conversation about our country and our motherland, to really establish what the issues are and how we can be of service to the country. I'm not going to spend much more time because we have a whole host of items on our agenda and we're running behind schedule. And so at this particular point in time, I'd like to welcome the Dean of the Side Business School to give some welcome remarks to the business school. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President Hichilema, welcome to the Side Business School and welcome to Oxford University. Oxford University is the premier educational institution in the world, and I know that your heart is very close to education. You have made many leading policies in your country including making education free for every person, which led to a whole new wave of less than 2 million, almost 2 million young people entering education to get the benefit of education, and also a lot of new teachers entering the system. I know that you believe education is the great equalizer, and we share the same common values. At Side Business School, we're indeed honored and delighted to welcome all friends from Zambia and from Africa. Africa is our future. Almost no single problem or challenge in the world today can be solved without the participation, the leadership of Africa. So congratulations on your leadership. Thank you for your time, and thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you so much for those welcoming remarks. Can we just have a message from our partner who helped us support this event, Crucible Lusaka, a few remarks? Yes, please. Dr. Zingai Mutumbuka and Patrick Durham are the advisors of Crucible Lusaka, and we'll just share a few points about what Crucible is and why we're here today.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for gracing the occasion. I'll make two quotations that some of you may be familiar with. The first one is that Mandela, and who doesn't know Mandela, said that education is the most powerful weapon with which you can change society. Harry Patrinos, a senior advisor at the World Bank, said, investment in education pays greater dividends than those of the stock market. That's a bold statement. But he did underline that in order to get those dividends, 3 conditions are important. First, you have to start early. The education system is like a foundation. The building is as firm as its foundation. Therefore, any education system can only be as firm as its foundation, which means early childhood education, infant education, etc., etc. The second condition to yield those dividends is that you must educate girls. You must educate women. And the third, and probably most important, which we all ignore, is that quality matters. Attending school is not education. Going to school is not education. It's all about learning. It's all about quality. Education is no different from any business. At lunchtime, the president talked a lot about the need for power. Education is no different than generating power. It's a business. And that's how every minister in every government should think. That's at least the way I thought for the 9 years I was a minister in Zimbabwe. Education is a business, therefore you need to get those returns. If you don't get those returns, you are not educating people. Finally, I will say the following. We hear many times that Africa is poor. Africa is not poor. Africa suffers from a poverty of leadership. Leadership is important. If you look at any successful countries, you only have to look to the leader. That is why some countries are successful and others are not successful. Leadership matters. So Africa is not a poor continent, but we suffer from a poverty of leadership. We are happy, sir, that you came from the private sector and you're already demonstrating using some of the skills you are using in the private sector to show that government can be a business, can be an efficient machine. That is how we can build the future of Africa. In conclusion, because I like my colleague to come and say here, a group of us are working on what we call the Crucible example which is an attempt to create 100 exceptional secondary schools in Africa, focusing on STEM, 100 secondary schools in sub-Saharan Africa, focusing on STEM, and we are opening the first one in Lusaka, Your Excellency, your own capital, in January 2025. I want to offer my colleague.
Zingai, thank you. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you on this wonderful occasion, Zambia at 60. And on behalf of the Crucible team, we're delighted to have played a small part in helping put together this afternoon's session. My name's Patrick Derham. I 38 years of teaching, 24 years as a principal of 3 schools in the UK, and I finished in the middle of COVID in 2020. And I've got a dazzling array of second career projects, but the one that has really excited me is this Crucible project. My own life was transformed by education. I'm living proof of that great 19th century slogan by the Chartist movement that education is a liberating force. So when George, our founder, contacted me and asked if I'd be part of this, I leapt at it. And to be working with somebody as inspiring as Zingai and Shika, who's sitting over there, and with Kupela, who was emceeing, is a really uplifting experience. As Zingai said, our ambition is to open 100 schools across sub-Saharan Africa to help create the next generation of African leaders. We're proud and delighted that the first school is in Lusaka. As Zingai said, it's opening in late January 2025. It's STEM focus. The first intake is fully paid scholarships because we want the very best from across Zambia, not just for the wealthy, and we're in the process of finding the best students for that. But we really need your help, and that's why we're here today. We need your help to help us find the best students. If you have connections with people in Zambia, talk to us. We want to get the best teachers, STEM teachers. We're focusing on maths, physics, economics, and liberal arts. Again, talk to us. We're looking for people on the ground in Zambia to be advocates and to support us with our very innovative curriculum, which is project-based learning and leadership. And do please, you've all got this flyer, do scan it, do seek us out. We're wearing these very snazzy lanyards, slightly different from everybody else's. Do come and talk to us and offer your help. And let's together really make a difference and make Zambia an even better country than it is now, because secondary education is the key to transformation. Thank you very much for your support and have a great day.
Thank you for those short explanation and introducing Crucible to Zambia. At this juncture, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Education, Douglas Siakalima, to introduce His Excellency.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. People don't answer when you greet them, huh? But in the corridor, they'll answer you. Thank you so much. I think my task is very simple this afternoon. It's just to invite the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, to speak to us. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
You may take your seats, please. Please do take your seats. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this gathering. Acknowledgements are in order. Dean Sumitra Dita and the Side Business School for hosting this Standing Up for Zambia at 60 years old. Thank you very much. We know that you have a lot of things to do on your plate, too many actually, to give us this opportunity, dedicated time to talk Zambia at 60 years is really, really highly appreciated. Let me acknowledge Dr. Zingai Mutumbuka and Crucible for your partnership. listen to the two of you, brief statements, deep, far-reaching. Thank you for deciding to put the first installation in our country. Most appreciated. I think we need to give them a round of applause. Dr. Namkale Chintu and the Rhodes Trust Zambia constituency for convening the scholars and professionals and friends of Zambia to discuss our beloved country. And I agree with you, Doc, that Africa is not poor. We've allowed Africa to be described poor. It's our fault. We have to climb out of this situation ourselves with the help of others. Of course, question about that. Distinguished guests, fellow citizens, and others who are in attendance today. This gathering is the first of its kind, so I understand. Maybe that even enhances our expression of appreciation for this initiative. And it shouldn't be the last. It should really just be the beginning. By convening the Zambian scholars and professionals in Oxford, very, very highly prized institution. Many of us know that, knew it as young people. To discuss our country, Zambia, underscores three key observations as we clock 60 years as a country. First, Zambia's best intellectual human capital, the exports that we've been making from Zambian institutions. As we know at this place, most of the times, students come as postgraduates. So it means they were undergraduates back home. I think that connection is important. It also underscores the importance of the quality of education back at home. If an undergraduate living home comes to Oxford, makes it at Oxford, I wasn't far off from here. I was in the English Midlands myself, doing my master's, and we didn't struggle. From University of Zambia, Copperbelt University, a few more universities now, on average, Zambian students didn't struggle to do their masters and PhDs and others. I think that's an important message that, as has been said here, education should start early, at a young age, and I think that beginning now we need to strengthen it. Minister of Education. I'm grateful that we have the British High Commissioner to Zambia seated here, and also the Zambian High Commissioner to Britain, two colleagues that are seated here. It's good you are present today. I know for the British High Commissioner, this is your last day, but you and I agreed over a period of time, Zambia occupies a special part of your heart. So you will continue doing what is good for Zambia. And I normally I believe what's good for Zambia is good for Britain. It's good for the global community. So, thank you very much, diaspora, for the work you're doing here. You are our exports. You reflect who we are. Conduct yourselves properly, in all respects, even off lecture time, because we are looked at in our totality of the things that we do. Second, I wish to note that since independence, around 120 Zambians have studied at this university. And of these 77, greater majority have been Rhodes Scholars. So we want to thank the Rhodes Scholarship, Rhodes Trust Scholarship initiators, John Cecil Rhodes, way back, where most of you are not aware that John Cecil Rhodes is the one this scholarship is named after. He who started entrepreneurship, great entrepreneurship on the southern part of Africa. South Africa, into Zimbabwe, into Zambia. PSA company. I may just remind some of you. I never told many people
I happened to own 2 ranches that were owned by the BSA company. One was first put on title in 1900, another one in 1914, in 2 districts, Namala and Kaloma. So you can see the heritage of the founder or initiator of this trust, and that he himself had entrepreneurial ambitions. And I like what I hear here, that the students here are not just taught classroom work. They are taught how to add value, how to deliver solutions to real life situations. I think that's what education should be all about. Otherwise, it will be an exercise in futility. So I dare challenge the scholars, students, to always remember that. What am I doing through this course, through this program, that will make a change, positive change to society, to someone. The exhibitions that I was run through in the hall, very, very important. Personally, I'm touched. Some are real, answering to the issues that we're faced with now. These reforms that we have done in the energy sector will require, I was saying, 3 things, amongst others. One is the technical spec. Where is that colleague who was running me through the technical spec? There is, which would ensure that there's compatibility with the network that we have already, so that when we do the net metering, it will not damage the network. It will uptake the additional power. It will also record it properly, but protect the network. Technical aspects. And I did talk about the financial side. Pretty easy, straightforward. Viability of the business. It is viable. Demand outstrips supply. Not just in the country, but in the region as well. And that's why we are talking about investments such as interconnections, Angola, Zambia interconnector, Zambia, Tanzania, East Africa interconnector, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique interconnector. Bits of Zimbabwe, sir. In our border areas, some areas you get power from us, but it's a local area network. So we do need to work on those issues, but also to enhance other networks. So it's very, very important that, back to the issue, what we do out here has a bearing to real life solutions. I'm repeating that. So we know that this university advances that, and the scholars that come through this process, the Rhodes Scholarship, understand these issues. We, as a government, are committed to continue to produce the best talent to address some of the issues that we face. Challenging times, climate change, waste drought, in memory. It means we do need different ways of looking at possible solutions to our challenges. That drought is now it's consequentially caused the food insecurity, energy insecurity, when we were actually, just months ago, we were in a surplus position. And not just energy, but green energy. And we're very proud to say that we are already compliant. Whenever we went to COP 25, 27, 28, Glasgow, we were happy as a nation to brag that we were compliant. Little did we know that that was a risk, because it was a mono green energy. Now we need diversification energy mix. Solar, wind. We're talking to a colleague who is doing hydrogen. So where is he? Hydrogen. Oh, here he is. Green hydrogen. Very important. Jet fuel. Very important. So this is the kind of stuff that is really exciting and answers to real life challenges. So we're very grateful for that. But as I said, it's a food insecurity, energy insecurity, but also a risk on an economic shutdown. Without energy, we can't grow our mining sector. Yet we sit in an excellent position with the move away from fossil fuels to green energy, electric vehicle industry. Zambia has the copper, cobalt, nickel, manganese, lithium group. But without energy, we can't exploit these resource endowments. We therefore can't contribute to the greening of the world. We also can't easily expand our economy, because part of our strategy when we took public office was to expand the economy. which was shrinking unnecessarily. So these things are very important, so what you're doing here matters to us a lot. Curricula, very important. In our space back home, we've now formally looked at the curricula and reformed it. Minister of Education is doing a good job, and his team here, to align our curricula, our structuring of education, early childhood, sir? Tatenda, we're working on that. I love languages, so it's a language we speak between Zambia and Zimbabwe. It's a common language. So, and we're very happy that we're addressing some of those issues, early childhood education, coupled with our free education policy, but curricula is very important as well, where we want to realign our country's curricula to what it was pre-independence. Form 6, for example, essentially A-levels, if I may say, will now require our students not spending 4 years. My son was at Warwick, and he had to spend, first he was at Exeter, south of England. He had to spend 4 years instead of 3 years. But now we are saying our chaps will do A-levels, so they can spend 3 years here, unless they have a program that requires industrial attachment. It's a different thing. So that we're doing, just to align ourselves with the likes of this university and others. So we're doing our part. Further, our country basically will continue to support scholarships programs, such as the one that is really helping us put this conversation together here, Rhodes Scholarship to start at Oxford, alongside other scholarships that sponsor study in the UK, British High Commissioner, such as the Buy Trust. The Buy Trust. I know we're talking about Rhodes today, but the Buy Trust. And the Commonwealth. Happy Commonwealth Scholarship. And there you are. Put up your hand, let me see. Very good. So your government will continue supporting those. I was in a meeting with King Charles III 2 days ago. And we had a fantastic meeting talking. Since he's head of the Commonwealth, talking how we can revive the Commonwealth. Amongst the things that we discussed was to deepen and enhance the Commonwealth Scholarship Program, but also public-private partnerships to bring private capital and the need on the other side from the government's public sector into the public-private partnerships, which we as a government, which inherited an empty treasury, had to embark on in order to do infrastructure, such as roads. But still, at the right cost, number 1, 2, quality, 3, deliver on time. So we now discuss with the King. I won't say more, otherwise I'll be offensive, which is not good diplomacy. But we will be working with the King, and the next Commonwealth meeting will discuss how we can now marry these two, the capital on one side and the need on another through the public sector. And I was very delighted to say to the King, I was available to be his runner, one of his runners, because it's a passion for me. It's a passion for us. So thank you. Yes, Chevening, MasterCard, scholarships at other UK universities and other places, such as where I was yesterday, Harriet Watt, texting students on some of these scholarships. Great. So we will continue supporting this. This clearly exemplifies the principle that it doesn't matter where a kid starts from. It does not really matter. What matters is where the kids are, where they're going. And that's why for us, when we took office, despite the challenges in the Treasury, we had to bring about free education. And my competitors, our competitors who were in government then, used to ridicule me and say, HH likes talking. He's talking about free education, where will he find the money? My answer was standard. Resources are always scarce. It is how you utilize them. And before any inch of growth, having inherited a declining economy, we were able to realign the basket, take out frivolous expenditure, consumption expenditure, and brought money within the basket for free education from day one in government. Priorities. Education is the best equalizer. No question about it. Doesn't matter the father, mother of a child. Education brings them to the same level. Education as an investment is equal to none. I think one of the colleagues said it already here. I agree. If it's the best investment, it's the correct investment, then it delivers the most appropriate inheritance to children, isn't it? Kids can sell anything. They can't sell the skills they have. It stays there. So really, this is wonderful to us, and being part of this crowd today is really, really good. We came to hear your thoughts about the plans and policies that you believe our government can institute, and other governments on the continent, as we agreed that our continent is not poor. We've allowed ourselves to be treated this way for too long. We shouldn't blame anybody. It's our responsibility, yes, together with partners, to change the narrative. And we should. We will change the narrative. Our vision for Zambia, as we mark 60 years, is first, we have to get out of these old ways of doing things, hindering our progress. And there are many. We had to deal with the debt restructuring. Elephant in the room then. Basically, I called it a mission impossible. I used those words myself to express how difficult this exercise was going to be. And true, it was difficult. But here we stand. We, as Zambia, are the first country to qualify for the debt restructuring under the G20 Common Framework. We were not first in the queue. We found countries ahead of us. We jumped them. Hard work. And thank you to all those that supported us to achieve this milestone. Really greatly appreciate it. So after years of extravagance, splendor, we now can bring our country back to the rails. I think we're doing that. Under difficulty. The drought comes, just distorts things. If it weren't for the drought, this year we're going to have the largest harvest of maize, more than 4 million tons. We pushed Zambians to produce some food. They answered, the drought came. But we flipped the coin, opportunity. Irrigation agriculture. Better yields, higher yields. 1 hectare can produce food twice a year, not once a year. Opportunity. Feed our people in this emergency, number one. Number two, increase resilience into the future. Very, very important. Water harvest, precision irrigation, what I saw in the hall there, and also husbandry, crop, animal husbandry, very important. Overall, technology, efficiency. We're looking at universities like Oxford. Thank you for the work you did on COVID, on the vaccine. Where's the colleague who presented that? The work you did on the COVID. I think one of the colleagues spoke about how you were able to get, he's outside. Yeah, thank you very much. And to take that into the commercial arena, into the health service delivery at a global level, at a fair price, it's a first. I think we should clap for this university. Especially that you could have made so much money if you were just driven by money. But truly you demonstrated that it's not always just money. Value comes from different angles. This is one, to save millions. We in Africa, again, were second fiddle. I remember fidgeting with the High Commissioner, saying, can I get a dose of the vaccine through the embassy allocation? He says, Mr. President, it is all predetermined. It's for embassy staff. Really? So in a way, we were left to die. That's the truth. That's a solid, hard truth. And we had to wait until First World had the vaccines. Big lesson for Africa. When we got the local capability to manufacture aspirin in South Africa and others, pretty much the disease, I'm a rancher myself, had already reasonable herd immunity. It was tailing down. Yes, we are animals, don't forget that, as human beings. So on a more serious note, thank you very much to this university for that. We therefore, as a country, starting from a low base that has been exacerbated, as I said, by the climate change, a lot of insecurities, energy, food, as I said, but we can work smarter, we can work together, and we'll do great things. We've been stabilizing our macro variables, no question about it, but the delay in the debt restructuring sort of damaged the gains we had made already, such as inflation pressures, which were brought under single digit, but because the debt restructuring took so long, it was complicated, as I tried to say earlier on, no need to repeat. I'm a corporate finance guy myself. This is one of the most complicated transactions I got involved in. Very complex. I won't say much, because I said it yesterday somewhere. So anyway, we are implementing short-term, medium-term, long-term measures to really kick the economy up, because that's where the value is. And I'm always conscious myself. What's your program? What are you doing? Economic and social development. You never hear me say social and economic development. The two are interchangeable loosely. I am conscious. I never say social and economic development. I know what comes first. It's economic development. Then you can have support for the poor, the weak, the kids, the retired, the differently abled in society. Not in any other way. We Africans like to say we are kind people, but you can't share poverty, no matter how kind you are. Impossible. We must accept that. And I think it must live in our heads that this is the way it should be. So we also, as I said, have a couple of other measures spanning a period of time. And we are committed, determined, but working with yourselves, we will deal with the issues of agriculture. We have the conditions, agronomic conditions, despite the drought. If we water harvest, we irrigate, we crop husbandry and animal husbandry correctly. Energy, I talked about it, diversification, opportunities, the reforms we're putting in place will assist us to achieve the supply side, to increase the supply, diversity, but also to increase the supply side of energy, the energy mix, but also to trade it properly, profitably, at lower cost, so we don't inject a higher cost of energy into the economy. In the mining sector, in the industrial sector, transport, others, tourism, making great strides. But I just want to comment on the mine because I am conscious as I sit here, I have to invite someone to think through the opportunities that are in Zambia. Mining, we put money in mapping, mineral exploration mapping, and working with the best technology providers, for example, Cobalt of the US, we are now able to explore on existing tenements where mines have been running. And just because of the size of the tenement, sometimes 50,000 square kilometers, one tenement, we're able to discover more minerals. We've just discovered more copper under a license called Lubambe, and we have a project called Mingomba, the second largest mine on the African continent, only second to Kamoa in Congo. Yet we used to cycle over that, but we never knew what we were sitting on. So lots of work is going on there. So we want to attract all of you to look at Zambia very, very carefully, if you like, with a squinty eye. Corridors, Walvis Bay corridor, we're pushing. Tazara corridor, rehab is coming through. Lobito corridor, new, completely new for us. New rail line since KK's time. We will be the second president to put in a new rail line in our country. From the northwest, we call it Northwest Line, through, Mwinilunga, through Kalumbila, Lumwana, Solwezi, Chingola. Getting to the Atlantic Ocean, you Zambians, If you say that you're a landlocked country, you have an issue with me. We're a land-linked country. Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, everything passes through Zambia. So we want to exploit that opportunity. Obviously, the old corridors remain important to us, and we're looking at the public-private partnership. Again, we spoke with the King, and also we have applied that model ourselves off the stressed balance sheet. And we're doing projects now that were not possible without debt. Now we are doing them without debt, without a coin from the taxpayer. Fantastic. But still maintaining right price, cost, quality, deliver on time. Very important. And I was very happy to see an exhibition inside there of a Zambian working on a new technology to build roads 40% cheaper. That's what he said to me. Where is he? So, your work is cut out back home and in other African countries. So now, for us, what does this all mean? Your deliberations this afternoon, please, despite current challenges, Zambia is on a significant inflection point, poised for higher, better, sustainable growth. Painful at the moment. Restructuring is not honeymoon. It's expensive, especially when you had a country running the previous 10 years on what was called in our local languages, tusakatwandalam, just handouts and cash to a small number of people, creating an artificial situation when the liabilities were going up, the assets were going down. So now we are cleaning up that process. It's a bit painful, I understand, but we shall be okay. It's a necessary process. And I want to appeal to the people of Zambia and others, friends of Zambia. We need to explain these issues to our citizens back home because they're the ones who decide who runs the country. So sometimes when they feel the pain of the price of meal, fuel, load shedding, they start thinking that, no, it's better to be, if you are children of Israel, to go back to Egypt, right? Continue the work. Continue the work. It's the right thing we're doing. If we were a weak leadership, we would have already receded backwards by now. We're not doing that. That would be suicidal. So we're moving forward. We're moving forward despite the challenges. We know that 2 years from now, the country will be in a different space, completely different space in many respects. So we need your support as you deliberate. We need your opinion leadership, which we know you have in different ways. So use that. Use that. We're also very keen to get you to basically, as the 11th province, the diaspora, to play your part beyond just talking to somebody, explaining to somebody, because you're a better place to do so because, again, of education. But you have an added responsibility to market our country. So I want you to join HH. You can call me HH. It doesn't really matter. The flamboyance and the flowers, the camouflage, the peacock dancing around. Just call me HH. So I invite you, as I invited the outgoing British High Commissioner, to join me in our role as marketing and investment officers for Zambia. To do what? To promote trade, investment in the different sectors. That's my invitation to you. But focus on 4 areas. I love these areas. If I didn't say them, I would have failed in my job this afternoon. One is to mobilize capital at a fair price. Africa has been discriminated against for too many years on the pricing of capital. Risk profiling. We are fighting this. A couple of us as African presidents have teamed up to fight for the reform of the global financial system. Not to fight anyone, but to make our case that Africa is viable. And it should not be profiled in a manner that exacerbates the cost of capital. So to lower the cost of capital, very important. 2, technology. The best technology is what we're looking for, not second fiddle. Absolutely. It will assist us in our growth agenda. Number 3, joint ventures. I say to European colleagues, I used to say it many years ago when I was still in private business, full-time, that you don't come to Africa and start a business on your own. 100%. It's unwise, completely unwise for many reasons. You come to Africa, find a partner. Could be a government institution, could be other private citizens. All of a sudden, you have people with a vested interest in your business. And things that you can't handle yourselves, they will handle them if you select your partners correctly. Partnership is like a marriage. You don't just marry. Because when you're snoring, they can slit your throat. Right? It's the same in business. Find your partners, and they're there. Vested interests, and I must say it here. Africa must stop damaging itself. One set of leadership comes, good leadership, and sir, you talked about leadership. I agree with you. The first asset really we should be investing in is the quality of leadership. Political level, business level. Luckily, I come from the boardroom, business, transactions. For Zambians, they know. I started with Tamanga. My first little business was running a shop at Intercity as a young graduate, testing the ropes. So it is very important that we do things correctly. Very, very important. So we are not going to progress as Africa if we put in leaders with positive leadership capabilities. The next election, we put in a leadership that completely reverses the gains we've made. So we will have this start-stop process. It's very expensive. That's why we landed in debt ourselves. And part of our mitigation for that, we've legislated now, no president, no government will acquire debt in Zambia without parliamentary approval. It's now law. We put the law ourselves to control ourselves. That's very important. But the point I'm making is that when you have partners, local partners, you have people that will ensure that expropriation is not a discussion point. Because before you as a foreign partner comes in, the local partners will have to face that political leadership that talks this thing of expropriation. It's not good for business, not good for our economies. So joint ventures is important. Lastly, number 4, we want to see value addition, processing, turning raw materials, not what we've been doing for 200 years, extracting even human beings and selling them away. Let's sell skills. Let's first back the human beings. Let's produce our materials, process them, value add, help grow the economy much quicker, and create the jobs for our youthful population, as well as business opportunities and other things. That's where the social side comes. Economic success, then we can pay retirees on time. Then we can have free education sustained. Then we can have health service delivery, best health service delivery, and connectivity. That's the story, colleagues. I thought I should share that story and ask you to be part of this team. And lastly, just to wish you the best in what you're doing this afternoon, to ask our cooperating partners, diversified cooperating partners, to continue working with us in the investment mobilization area in scholarships, grants, technical cooperation. We are members of one global community. I have a saying, instability anywhere is instability everywhere. We are each other's keeper. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those very insightful words. Everybody, I'd also like to let you know that yesterday His Excellency was conferred an honorary doctorate at Heriot-Watt University. So please give him a hand. And this is not his first honorary doctorate, it's his second, so let's give him another hand.
You call me Mr.
And he says we continue to call him Mr. HH.
Yeah.
So at this point, Your Excellency, I would like to invite you to come and have a seat so that we can have a Q&A session. Thank you, Your Excellency. Which one would you prefer? Oh, this one. Okay.
Very good. Order is important.
So the way in which we're going to conduct this is we're going to take 3 questions at a time. His Excellency is also pressed for time, and so we have about 15 minutes of Q&A, and after that, we will end with a group photo with His Excellency. So if some of you have got your questions ready, please raise your hand, and we've got some mic runners who will give the mics off. So we'll start with the gentleman over there as the first question. And we have got a gentleman in the second row, and I'm looking for a lady. Yes, lady over there.
Come and pick this.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, just hearing you speak, I'm confident as a Zambian to have a wonderful president like you. The way you have articulated issues, I know we have challenges, but I think I speak for my colleagues in Oxford. We have got so much confidence in you. 2 things from me, and I think I must address the elephant in the room, as you put it. What steps is the government taking to address the problem of load shedding? That's one. The second one is what you have alluded to and what you have spoken about. The issue of 11th province or the work of the diaspora. Can you just elaborate a little bit more how you're going to implement that? Because I've heard from previous governments talking about the same issue about carrying up about the people in diaspora. It's a very good concept, and bearing in mind, as you can see yourself, what people of Zambia and all of Africa can do, I think we need to have a province or some kind of somebody to represent it. If we look...
Your question brief.
Thank you. How are you going to address it? Thank
and
you.
1 question per person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we can bring in more people?
Yes.
I can take more.
Question.
I can take more questions.
Second question.
Mr. President, it's always a pleasure to hear you talk about leadership. And since I left Zambia a couple of years ago, I've missed hearing your speeches. Just one cheeky comment to begin with. Obviously, you know that we're interviewing for a leader in the UK right now. So if you have any interest in extending your stay, you'd be very welcome. But to a question. I think there's often talk about how trade can help develop economies of countries. Speaking to an audience here in the UK, it'd be just interesting to hear your perspectives on what we can be doing here to help see more Zambian products and services in the UK.
Okay, and the third question.
It's a pleasure to hear all you said, President. My name is Fumi Akinlui. I work for Delphos, which is a capital advisory firm. And having invested across, and I must disclaim, I'm Nigerian, I'm not from Zambia. Having invested across Africa for many years, and now looking at capital raising for governments and corporates, one thing I think Africa isn't doing right is the PR. We are not selling the Africa story. So when you said marketing Africa, that is particularly of interest. So for me, what I would like to know is how you are going to also market the additional resources that you have. That's the solar you have, the hydro, the bio, because capital is coming into that area, we're seeing a lot of interest, but it would be good if we also know from the business side of it whether the countries are ready for that capital. And just to add, it would also be good on the scholarship side for capacity building to ensure that we're targeting these key areas, because the capital is going to come as we push decarbonization across the world. And so we need the human capital to be ready for that too.
Mm. Take another.
Mr. Chunga, one more.
Good afternoon, my name is Bam Chunga. I am an insolvency practitioner under the banner of MCA Consulting. I'd like to take you up on that challenge where you said we need to get rid of the old way of doing things. Recently, the Zambian government made a very difficult decision to close DBZ and Invest Trust.
Yes.
But the same old approach was taken, and a regulator was appointed to do that insolvency. We would like the opportunity to take up such work. Thank you very much.
So that's 4 questions for His Excellency.
Yes. Thank you. Can I give it a go?
Yes, please.
Load shedding solutions. I think we basically articulated this issue. I believe the colleague wasn't in that session we had. We had a quick interchange. Oh, it was lunch today. So basically we are saying that the first thing is to acknowledge that we thought as a country we had already achieved success because we were actually in a surplus, energy surplus, just 8 months ago. One drought took us out from surplus to energy insufficiency. Why? Of course, because of the drought. But secondly, consequentially, because we are dependent on hydro. Green as it is, good as it is, it was wrong, and we erred as a country. We did not act quickly to increase our energy mix, number one. So going forward, we're working on that right away as an immediate measure to inject a more balanced energy mix. Green as much as possible, but also look at the resource endowments that we have, because that's what God gave us. Otherwise, we're creating a national insecurity arising from energy insecurity and food insecurity. Combined, we now have a national insecurity. So the energy mix, so we don't depend on hydro alone. Of course, within the hydro, we are working on doing something better. For example, we know our colleagues in the Silicon Valley, we are aware of that, are working on a research that will allow even a 10-meter head of water to basically generate a little bit more power from the hydro. Because the water levels go down, we wipe out 1,000 megawatts. 1 gigawatt, that's a lot of power, isn't it? So, but with that technology coming through, and we would like to see it come through quickly, we can still generate reasonably higher quantities of electricity, even though there's a drop in the water levels. But that will require a bit more investment on the existing turbines. I don't want to go into details. So, but away from there, solar comes in. Wind. We are talking about green hydrogen with my friend who was exhibiting out there. Where is he? There he is. There he is. Again, there he is. So these array of other sources are important to us. And I don't want to say this is short term, this is medium, this is long term. It's a package. So otherwise, I'll take a little bit more time to explain that. But we are also doing reforms. That part of our economic restructuring agenda was to do reforms, including in the energy sector, where we're brought in, since you asked the question, things such as open access to net metering, net metering alone, for example, will allow small producers of power, a widow who's been saving with NAPSA, pension fund in Zambia, can now, again, part of our economic restructuring, access 20% of their savings, their pension, and they can actually put up a 50 kilowatt solar facility on top of their roof. And if they consume 40 kilowatts, they can drip 10 kilowatts into the grid. So we expect what I called, my economic advisor, Dr. Nakamba is here, I called it a week ago, solar explosion. Small producers, there's an opportunity. Someone asked me of the 11th province. So you guys should be thinking of that, to invest back home. Yeah, it's good to get a mortgage, 1 or 2 houses. Here, the return is low. I know it. I live here. I live here. I scan the market. Remember, I come from business. I'm not your typical politician. I come from business. So your returns will be better there. Part of the reforms we've now brought in, number 3, is to bring private traders in the electricity market. And I explained over lunch how the private traders have already brought in efficiencies. A utility called ZESCO, which you know, was importing power from Mozambique at 18 cents per kilowatt hour. From the same source, 2 private traders were able to bring in the same power, same quality, right, at 12.5 cents per kilowatt hour. You know the answer. You know the reason. Those changes have come in now, which means that the same power we bring, we can bring it at a lower cost. I think I touched on it a little bit here in my speech, maybe over lunch. But also, we will be blending the tariff now from different sources. Some are higher production costs by nature, others are lower. We blend the tariff to try and lower the cost. Then quickly, because this question is loaded, quickly, also we are working on what we are calling lifeline energy provision to a woman who runs a salon or indeed a tea shop in the market. Shouldn't be load shedding because what they consume maybe is 20 kilowatts, 30 kilowatts is nothing in the context of things. And then the tariff associated with that. All these changes were not there. So we should not be load shedding health centers. We should not be load shedding water utilities. We shouldn't, because these are lifeline issues. So these reforms plus, so the generation increase in generation, this subject is a longish one. 5 megawatts, you're a Zambian, is an opportunity. Aggregate yourselves, raise $2 million. The other $2 million for a 5 megawatts power station will show you where you can find it. And you'll have a 5 megawatts power station. All of a sudden, you sit here at Oxford, elsewhere, you will be doing a business easy to run. Because 1 metering point, 1 invoice, electronically generated, you have money every month. That return is higher than your mortgages here. No question. So anyway, that's the story. Quickly, 11th province. Yesterday again, I was meeting Zambians. We have given jobs to colleagues in the 11th province. For example, the permanent secretary in defense comes from Scotland. A Zambian who lived in Scotland maybe for 15 or so years. Can't remember. But so long. This High Commissioner here is from the 11th province. She was in South Africa for a long time, from the 11th province. So we're giving jobs. The ambassador, our High Commissioner rather, to Australia is from the 11th province. Munsha from Canada. You all have an idea about Munsha. Very vocal. He's now a dignified diplomat. in Australia, from the 11th province. A number of colleagues from the UK branch of our formation are in missions, some are home. I dare say, the chief executive of NAPSA is from the 11th province, Muyangwa. Took him out of the World Bank or IMF. Straight. And I told Muyangwa when we were still in opposition that you have to prepare to come home when we win, We won, he is home, he's doing a good job. Very good job. So we're tapping talent. But now we are saying it's not just jobs. It is business opportunities. Really. Because we also want you to do what you're doing here, to network. It's very important. Let me move on to the next item. Trade. But before I leave that subject, PDU, the president has set up, this fellow has set up a presidential delivery unit and a public-private dialogue forum where we bring ideas from the private sector and the public and agree measures that we need to take which will help the economy and basically the public sector to deliver. Some of the changes we've made in tourism have come from these platforms. And the positive upturn is clear. Some of the changes we are making in the energy sector, right, have come from these platforms. So I would like the 11th province, Pamela is here, Chipo is the deputy head of the Presidential Delivery Unit, to organize ourselves in a way that you can have your finger on the tab all the time so you know what we're doing and the opportunities that are available, including the Zambia Development Agency, which has a lot of projects. I can assure you, just in the mining sector, in the last 2 years, 10 months we've been in office, we've been able to mobilize close to $10 billion of investments. Not a joke. Mopani, $1.1 billion. KCM will be bringing $1.3 billion, new money, right? First Quantum, $1.5 billion. Lumwana Super Pit, $2 billion. Ningomba Project, no, 2.3. $2.3 billion. Sorry, $2.3 billion. $2.3 billion. So when you pull all this together, in 2.5 years, we've been able to mobilize resources, committed investment in one sector only close to $10 billion. It's not a job. Business opportunities in many ways. And that roads infrastructure development, I saw the PPP, my colleague working on that. We really think we can benefit from that a lot. So we need to bring that technology. Remember, I was talking about technology earlier. So, Zambian products, absolutely. This is why we're working together, to bring more Zambian products. We don't want a one-dimensional way of working as partners. It used to be like that. And when it was like that, it was copper coming here, traded on the London Metal Exchange. Even our companies that need to make copper wire, need to make armored cables, had to get a price from the LME price here and buy the copper from Zambia at the LME price instead of buying it in Zambia. I'm extending the argument. It made our local cables more expensive. Now we are reforming. 20% of our production will be available for local processors in the metals, which should lower the cost because you remove the freight and other things. Then we should be able to be competitive on cables, on other things. I've just used one example. As we value art, if you remember, in the heydays, one of the colleagues at lunch talked about agriculture having gone down. It's true. We are reviving it now. We used to bring flowers here. Yes. Agriflora, a lot of them, not just the Kenyans, us. But we damaged ourselves because of poor policies. Now we are reviving that. So we can also compete when we bring products. But also it's for the developed markets to open your markets for us so we can be worthy partners rather than one-way traffic. I think it's important. Those are things that we're dealing with, government to government, but business to business. But also that's why we want joint ventures. If you understand the spec of what Macy's needs, Marks and Spencer needs, you invest with us. We produce to spec, and it's easy to access the market. There you are. I will end here. I can say more, but I'll end here. Africa is not selling itself well. Total agreed. No argument. Where's the lady? No argument. We just need to work together. We need to work together as a continent, as individual countries, but as a continent as well. The days of thinking that Nigeria should keep what it knows to itself and it will remain stronger are gone. Because if your neighbors are not doing well, you'll have immigration into Nigeria. I know generally it's the other way around in Nigeria. Yeah. So, but I'm not being offensive, right? Yeah, I'm not being offensive. But we definitely need to work as a team with our comparative advantages. The old theories still matter today. Comparative advantages, the things that Nigeria can do better, the things that Zambia can do better. And joint investments. When I talk of direct, foreign direct investment, I'm not talking about Europe, I'm not talking about America, Japan, China. I'm also talking about investments within the continent, us investing together, and then being able to market ourselves together. Zambia now is one of the few countries that sits on the critical minerals. I repeat, copper, cobalt, nickel, manganese, lithium. Today, out of one business that was exiting before we formed government, and we persuaded them to wait until we formed government. When we formed government, we were able to deal with the issues that stood in the way. We are developing the largest nickel mine on the African continent. Within our 2 years, 10 months in office. And the first cathodes have already come out, concentrates. In 2 years, 10 months. We need now to say, who needs nickel on the continent to further add value? Therefore, we're interdependent, isn't it? So let's market together. I totally agree with you. We also undervalue ourselves. We undervalue our assets. Let me put it this way. Carbon market. Africa has some of the best carbon sinking assets. But who is trading in the carbon market? It's firms from the first world. They dictate the prices, the terms, because we're not working together. One country will agree a carbon trade with a firm from the first world without talking to another country, which may have already done a transaction, and there are lessons to be learned from there. And we're not sharing that. It's our problem. The last COP28 in Dubai, I am glad that we in Zambia led the African group of negotiators. And I think we've done a good job. We agreed 2 things only I will highlight today. One was basically for loss and damage fund to be operationalized, and it was. The first injection of money was put in there under our leadership as Zambia. So for Africa. 2, I can say many things, but 2, we agreed that we in Africa should stop engaging in the carbon trade until 3 things are done. One is to define the market. What is the market? What is this animal, this creature called carbon market? What is this product called carbon? 2, the pricing. Today, African countries do deals in the carbon trade, some $15 per ton. But we know you can get $110 per ton. Pricing. So we now agreed there that we'll work together. Let's stop doing deals around there until we've got our market product defined properly, the pricing. 3, redistribution of revenues. The societies that are looking after these carbon sinking assets get nothing when a deal is done. The people in the city get all the money, even when they don't know what to do with it. They actually end up bringing it back and banking it here. I'm not joking, it's a serious issue. And money should work for everybody. So the issue of redistribution of value from the carbon trade must include taking care of the communities that have looked after these carbon sinking assets for centuries. And then we can win them off from damaging the carbon sinking assets. Charcoal burning and all of those things. I think that's enough. Insolvency. I see what you're saying. Let's talk. You're looking for business. Let's talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I think in the interest of time,
Yeah.
I'm very sorry, we will have to cut
Yeah.
out the Q&A session. But we want to thank His Excellency most sincerely for coming to grace this occasion with us. Thank you very much. I think we have a couple of gifts, one from the Said Business School and one from the Rhodes Trust. We'll start with the Said Business School. Okay. Yes, no, you can just go around and give it to him.
On behalf of the Side Business School and the Oxford Africa Business Alliance, we thank you for the honor of gracing us with your presence today, and would like to just offer you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Most appreciated. Thank you.
And from the Rhodes Trust.
On behalf of the Rhodes Trust, Zambia constituency, we'd like to thank you for joining us today and for your incredible speech. It was very inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Most appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
I think I'll take a quick opportunity as well to say some final thank yous. I would like to thank the Side Business School for hosting this event. We're immensely grateful for that. We're also grateful to Crucible for partnering with us and for their initiative. We are absolutely grateful for your support, and we've heard your cry for teachers and experts in STEM. We will certainly do that. But last but not least, we would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference. Could I ask you all to be upstanding so that everybody can see who was behind this amazing conference? Thank you so much. I think one thing that they say about Rhodes Scholars is we may be unlike-minded but like-hearted. And so the important thing is we had a shared vision to bring this together. And I wanted all of you to know who the names and the faces are behind this. So thank you so much for all your hard work and input. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. We've got one more gift from Rose Zambezi for His Excellency.
This is a birthday present to Zambia from my wife. And both Zambia and my wife share the same age. My wife was born in Chingola. And she told me in 2011 to set up a sporting facility in Zambia called Rhodes Zambezi. We've rowed the whole length of the Zambezi. And we've had joint British-Zambian teams.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Most appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, I think now will be time for the photo opportunity. And we've got a Zambian flag which will be placed at the back, held at the back, and we will ask all of you to huddle this way. And I'll have to ask His Excellency and perhaps his security team to turn the chairs around that way. Are you going to put them there? Just standing straight? And everyone will be upstanding. Okay, okay.
Won't I overshadow those behind me?
No, they're all standing.
Oh, from the top.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Do I still need this?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and welcome to the energy panel discussion. We're running about 10, 11 minutes late, so we will aim to finish at 5:30 as on schedule, so we can do the next session. My name is Roy Morbola. I'm going to moderate this panel. I've got 4 distinguished guests here. Gentlemen, would you like an introduction? Or do you not need one? I'll start with Elias. If I can find my notes. So Elias Chipimo is a thought provoker, an energy entrepreneur, and transformation advocate who applies creative and holistic thinking to social and economic challenges in rural and urban settings. Yeah? He's a Rhodes Scholar and a law graduate from the University of Zambia and Oxford. Elias founded Zambia's premier and largest legal firm, Corpus Legal Practitioners, about 30 years ago, while serving on various multinational boards before briefly entering politics to run as presidential candidate in 2011 and 2015. He's chairman and co-founder of Mentor Me, an SME development consultancy, and is also author of a book, Unequal to the Task, Awakening a New Generation of Leaders in Africa, published in 2010. Next down the line is Varun Shankar. Varun is a newly minted DPhil, well, not candidate anymore, newly minted DPhil, so Dr. Varun Shankar, congratulations. He had his viva barely a few weeks ago. Was it last week? He's a Rhodes Scholar in engineering science. He's passionate about accelerating the transition to low-carbon mobility with a focus on reducing transport emissions and improving air quality. His research examines the unregulated emissions from the use of renewable fuels in the road transport sector. You may have seen his poster as well. He had a poster, and I think he gained the nickname Mr. Green Hydrogen from the president earlier. He's an expert consultant for the OECD International Transport Forum, developing evidence-based policy pathways and infrastructure plans to improve the connectivity and resilience of regional freight transport sector. His previous experience includes detailed life cycle assessments for maritime, net zero roadmap design, battery supply chain evaluations for utility providers, coastal blue carbon offsetting, and advanced climate resilient infrastructure. Again, these are some of the themes you heard the president talk about. He talked about carbon pricing, and I don't know if he mentioned batteries today, but that's a topic that's close to the president's heart as well. Next, we have Dr. Samson Ngambi, who was again mentioned by the president, I think for his poster on concrete road construction and the 40% savings that can be made from your design, I presume. Yes. So Samson is an academic. He's worked in the academia and industry, actually, in the field of civil engineering, and he specializes in geotechnical construction projects. He's an associate professor at Coventry University, where he delivers teaching and research. He's also a consultant, technical director at Power Chem Technologies in the UK, which is a net zero carbon and sustainable solutions provider. He's also diversified into the biomass fuel and energy strategy sector for sustainable development and supplementation of energy storage in Africa. And then finally, Kefas, I think, who also got a brief mention. So we've got quite an illustrious panel here. Kefas has over a decade of experience spanning across entrepreneurship, industry, and academia. He serves as the managing director and co-founder of Iraq Energy Limited, an end-to-end solar and battery energy systems provider in Africa. In industry, he's a research and development engineer within the whole energy systems team at the University of Strathclyde's Power Network Demonstration Center, where his research and consultancy focuses on the grid integration of energy systems, low carbon energy, technology testing, and real-time power system simulation. He also has a DPhil from the University of Oxford and a bachelor's degree from the University of Zambia. So this is your panel. And Kefas also, I think, got a brief mention when the president was talking about mini grids and connection of grids. I think Kefas's work looks at the technology required to do that. So that's your panel. And I'll just introduce the topic briefly. We're familiar with, I hope most of us are familiar with the energy landscape in Zambia. It's at a pivotal juncture at the moment. There's a need to resolve pressing economic and development needs, which have been many decades in the making. I'm sure the president would say that. The electricity subsector in particular is at a crossroads. We've got abundant natural resources, plenty of rivers and lakes, lots of water resources, and more than 3,000 hours of sunshine every year. So the opportunity to produce green electricity in Zambia is huge and just goes, largely, well, not largely, but untapped to a large extent. There's an untapped potential for about 6,000 megawatts on the rivers in the north of Zambia. Now, hydroelectricity is not easy to generate. There are long timescales in the design and implementation and all the permissions you need in order to implement hydroelectricity. So there are challenges there. They're well known, and hopefully we'll discuss some of them. There are significant obstacles in Zambia, including aging infrastructure. Obviously, the drought has had a huge negative effect this year, but Zambia has experienced repeated droughts now over the last, well, as far as one can remember. In the past, the droughts didn't tend to create huge energy or electricity deficits, but now they tend to do so. And it's finding that balance between how much electricity the country needs and the ability to develop the infrastructure to provide that electricity. And whilst we rely quite considerably on hydropower electricity, about 86%, I think we live, or Zambia leaves itself prone to the ravages of droughts, weather-dependent features. Statistics on electricity, I don't know if you know them. Generally, it's only about 30 to 40% of people in Zambia who have access to electricity. In the rural areas, it's quite low at about 4%. And so Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is due in 2030, it looks quite far away from being achieved. So there's a huge need for electricity generation, and sorry about that. The government has been making efforts to diversify its electricity mix from largely hydro-dependent into other sources, into solar. They're looking at coal as well now. I think their aims, there's a project to increase the electricity generation from Mamba coal, for example, to double that from 300 to 600 megawatts. The bulk of primary energy comes from biofuels. I don't know if you know that. 73% of all energy used in Zambia comes from biomass sources such as charcoal and firewood. And it wouldn't appear like that, to those who live in urban areas where they use electricity and take it for granted, load shedding notwithstanding. But did you know that even in urban areas, about 59% of homes use charcoal for cooking? And one must think about what that does to the environment. Obviously, deforestation is an issue, but there's also an issue about pollution, domestic pollution, and the ill health effects that that causes. So there are many issues, there are multiple issues to consider when one's looking at energy. Zambia doesn't have any of its own oil or petroleum products. That's all imported, and that has effects on fiscal deficits and the need for foreign exchange, and it does contribute to the exchange rate weakness. So Zambia needs to increase resilience and security of supply. What are the solutions for that? How do we go about finding solutions for the issues around energy shortages, climate change, the social needs that people have, because there is and I think we all know this, there's a correlation between GDP and GDP and electricity production. So if you looked at a graph, say, between of GDP versus electricity generation, you find that there's a very strong link. So how do we in Zambia move ourselves along that graph, from down at the low sort of energy usage per capita to one which has a high energy use, and therefore will propel growth and wealth and so on. So this is what we're here to discuss today. And what I'll do is I'll ask the panel to briefly talk about their area of expertise, 5 minutes each, gentlemen. And then from there, we can open it out to the audience, and we can have a discussion. We're looking for solutions. We want to think about what the solutions are, short term, medium term, long term. What can be done to fix this situation. So let's think about that. The theme is standing up for Zambia at 60. So let's have this discussion. So start with Elias. Give us your view, what you think the problems are, what you think the potential solutions are, and where we go from here. So over to you, Elias.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Roy. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. I want to start with a story of a little girl who, in traveling with her grandfather through southern Africa, starts in South Africa, and they're traversing the landscape, stopping every now and again to have something to eat and enjoy the scenery. And when they get to Zambia, the little girl says to her grandfather, "What's that?" And the grandfather says, "Oh, that's a river." And after about 20, 30 seconds, the little girl says to her grandfather, "Why does it have water in it?" Now, this may seem strange, but Zambia is so well endowed hydrologically that when you traverse through southern Africa, generally a lot of the rivers have names and the river channel, but no water in them. Zambia doesn't quite have that problem. And in spite of what's happening with the drought at the moment, generally it's sort of accepted that 40% of the water resource within the southern African region, if you exclude the Congo, flows through Zambia. So Zambia is extremely well endowed hydrologically, and there is an opportunity to capitalize on this endowment in a way that relies on the innovations that are emerging that counteract the impact of climate change on your traditional water storage systems that produce the bulk of the electricity that Zambia is able to benefit from. So moving away from dams and moving more towards innovations around things like hydrokinetic energy. In fact, the US Department of Agriculture is investing huge amounts of money into innovations around the hydrokinetic potential of the river systems in North America. The beauty about some of the innovations that are emerging is that they don't require storage, abstraction, or diversion of water. In other words, they don't require what I'm calling the SAD technologies. And you can generate an incredible amount of power when you look at the river systems within Zambia. And I'll just give you one example in running this comparison. I was in Zimbabwe about a month and a half ago. We went to look at the river systems there. And to my surprise, there are only 2 perennial rivers in Zimbabwe, the Pungwe and the Gairezi. Zambia has over 60 perennial rivers. And the top 32 would be sufficient using certain types of hydrokinetic innovation to generate anything between 10 to 15,000 megawatts of power. Now that's something that, given the current crisis that we're experiencing, we have to look at seriously. And I'll just end by saying, let's not let a good crisis go to waste.
Thank you. We'll come back to some of those points in a minute. Perhaps keeping to that theme, Kefas, would you like to talk about perhaps some of your work? Because it's in the renewable energy sector.
Yeah, sure. Just adding on what Mr. Elias has said, we have so much potential in Zambia regarding solar. So I will just give statistics on how much each square meter generates if, say, you were to install a solar panel. So each square meter has the potential to generate 4.7 kilowatt hour of energy. So you can imagine if, say, a lot of these square areas, or these areas, if we were to make them to good use, you realize that actually we stand a better chance to even run the whole country on solar. But the challenge is, even if when you look at the amount of penetration for solar, you realize that given all this potential, we still have 3% of solar making up our energy mix. So questions are, what is going wrong? So well-known reasons are there. For example, people tell you it's finance, it's lack of skills, it's so finance, lack of skills, as well as maybe lack of willingness to actually ask people to invest in these solar systems. But when you look at these reasons, they are all addressable, right? But I want to submit to you that there are actually other hidden barriers to why solar is not making its headways in Zambia. So one of the barriers is actually to do with the network system. So our network grid originally was designed to carry energy from one point to the other in one line. If say energy is generated from one point, energy was just allowed to move from that point to the consumption end. Given the solar coming on board, grid operators are not sure on how this solar intake is going to affect the grids, how they are going to work, given that solar has the capability to actually inject power back to the source. The other reason for this is also ourselves, the energy users. So we recently gained, most of the population in Zambia recently gained energy access. As the moderator said, the electrification levels are quite low. And you can imagine how many people just gained access to electricity. So what am I trying to say? A lot of people do not know how to use these emerging technologies to actually have value from them. So last time I was installing a solar plant for a certain client, and this client wanted the solar to be used for cooking. We successfully did that, but I was amazed at how much people don't know about this solar when they found that actually you can use solar for cooking. So that tells you to say people still don't have, one, the faith, and also the know-how that actually investing in solar can actually help you have value, not just in terms of reducing the energy bills, but also protecting the environment. So it's that value which is missing in the people. So my research looks at how we can safely integrate these energy resources into the grid to ensure that we don't congest the grid, and also the energy users themselves are empowered such that they are able to realize value in these emerging technologies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kefas. Sam, just coming to you on biofuels, I believe, is one area of expertise that you have. So we don't, we don't have a source of petroleum in Zambia, but I know there are some, plans. I think it may have even been implemented, to use biofuels to start including that in our petrol mix or diesel mix. What's your view on that? And especially considering that you need to use land, which may be otherwise used for growing crops, and you start using that to put into your cars.
Yeah, thanks very much, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Ngambi, and just before I make a comment on biofuels, one thing that Kefas left out from his presentation, which did caught my eye, was the waste that's happening with people who's got solar panels in Zambia once their battery is full. I looked at his data, and it's just incredibly, I don't know how much data you collected across the country, but this is the conversation I was having with some friends on a panel, that the uptake of solar in Zambia has increased because of the situation. But if somebody were to do an inventory to see how much of it is actually going to waste, we would be very, very shocked. And when I looked at your presentation, you showed that graph, and that's really almost half. When somebody has used part of the solar they want, there's so much potential still left there, and yet neighbors could actually use it. And this is where I think your networking and stuff is so important. Anyway, sorry about that, just digress a little bit. With regards to biofuels, I'm a civil engineer, and but over the last few years, I've kind of diversified myself into biofuels. And the motivation came more from teaming up with some colleagues back in Zambia in the institution of engineers when the government embarked on this ethanol blending program. I don't know how many of us are aware that it's part of the energy issues, but all these programs have been overtaken by the main energy crisis, which is power. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to emphasize to the government, in fact, one of the proposals I've just handed over to the president today, is biofuel or bioenergy, and how that plays into the power thing. Okay, out of all the power that we generate, irrespective of whether we are under-generating or whatever, domestic consumption is 40% of electric power, 40%. Now, not all the domestic consumption goes towards cooking. Some of it goes towards, household, equipment and stuff like that. But you can argue that out of that 40% domestic consumption of power. Now, what I'm trying to say to the government is, let's look at if we changed the cooking behavior in Zambia, okay, and move away from power in urban areas, okay, how much would we save on power? In the times when we have excess power, it means what we are saving then can be moved to other sectors, like manufacturing and mining and things like that, okay? Now, in the times like this, of course, this kind of theory of thinking doesn't make sense because we're already in deficit, okay? But, the facts are there that cooking does consume a lot of power because everybody uses electrical cooks. So we would like to diversify to gas cooking, Okay. Now, and we know probably for all of you, the fact that you are in this panel, it means that you're somehow interested in energy. You realize that globally, every event on energy, one topic that is dominating is LPG. Okay. And now in Zambia, of course, we don't have LPG because LPG is a fossil gas. Okay. However, we do have structures through the diesel and the petrol that we import that we could use to bring in LPG for cooking. Now, if that becomes a bit expensive when we do the market figures, there is a substitute. There's what is called bio-LPG, or biogas if you want, or bio-CNG, which is compressed natural gas, which basically comes from agricultural waste. And one of the things on top of what Mr. Chipimo said in terms of hydro, surface and groundwater that we have in abundance in Zambia is land, a lot of land. So biofuels includes agriculture. We can actually grow crops that have got a lot of starch that are not necessarily staple crops, okay? And we can do biodigestion, fermentation, and generate or make a lot of biogas, which then would also impact on other sectors of the economy, like would have people to manufacture stoves that will increase manufacturing, then distribution, transporters to distribute cylinders of gas into homes, But in Africa, gas has got this negative perception that it will blow up and things like that and stuff like that. I mean, of course, there have been some accidents, but they're very, very minimal. But it's very safe. And the other impact, as I close this, is apart from just saving on the power, if we switch to gas cooking, is 80% of our cooking energy is from biomass, charcoal and wood. So the impact on our forests is very high, deforestation. The president was talking about credits from forests. We need to really save our forests because in the future that could even be what pays back our debt. Okay, so that means we must stop charcoal. But as the saying goes in this country, okay, when we did the Brexit, there wasn't a proper plan. You can't replace something with nothing. Okay, so if we stop the people from burning charcoal and wood, we must have a plan. And that plan would using agriculture to grow crops that can be used to produce anaerobic gases for cooking. And the third point also is, I don't know if you're aware of this, many sub-Saharan African countries, women, particularly pregnant women, they've got a lot of respiratory problems because of inhaling ichushi. Smoke, sorry, folks who are not from Zambia, smoke. I grew up that way. I grew up trying to, and we've all inhaled a lot of dark smoke. So we can save electric power if we switch to biogas cooking. We can save the forest, and we can also save a lot of women from respiratory. So we are trying to push. I'm trying to sensitize the government that let's also bring this biofuel on board as well. And on top of that, there's also the ethanol thing, which can also be used to blend with imported petrol and fuel to up to 20%. That would be significant if we have a national policy whereby we are producing ethanol from sugarcane and cassava and blend with our fuels up to 20%. It will actually reduce the price of fuel. So there are things that I'm trying to push with the government on biofuels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. So obviously, everyone can see that this is a multifaceted problem. Climate and fuel and poverty and issues like that. You mentioned transportation. Varun, that's your area of expertise. Anything to add to that?
Of course, yeah. Thank you, Roy, and thank you, everyone, for the interesting discussion so far. And as Roy alluded to, I think one of the things that we all need to be aware of is when we talk about energy is not just electricity to power your house or to power your fridge or your cook stoves. but it's also energy consumption in terms of powering your mobility. And that's an area that often sometimes might be disregarded when we think about the energy sector. I think we're all working on it in different areas, but I think we need to incorporate the transport sector. So in terms of energy consumption in Zambia, it's between 12 and 15% of the energy consumption in terms of petrol, diesel, kerosene for the planes. It comes from the transport sector. And because, as we all know, in Zambia, we import our vehicles, we don't manufacture any vehicles. And more often than not, we import second-hand or third-hand vehicles that have been used in other countries and then come to Zambia. So the average age of these vehicles are older, which means the carbon intensity of these vehicles are higher. So that means the contribution of the transport sector to the greenhouse gas emissions in Zambia would be higher than the average that would be expected globally. So that's something that we need to address and think about on the transport sector. Now, what I want to say, that's the first point. And I think the second point that I wanted to raise is looking at it from a life cycle perspective. So as Dr. Sam mentioned here, I think there's significant potential in Zambia. We produce lots of maize. It's our staple food. We produce lots of cassava. Cassava has 75% starch in it. Ethanol is a byproduct of processing your cassava and your maize. And where it goes to right now is the sanitizer industry in the sort of health, the alcohol that you produce, the ethanol, and it also goes into the actual alcohol sector. Now, it might be good in the evening when we're having a drink, but I think we can do better things with this ethanol. I think there's a chance to incorporate that, and there's a company called Sunbird who launched in 2022. They're trying to incorporate and push the use of ethanol to help stabilize the fuel prices. The fuel prices back home are fluctuating significantly, and I think blending between 5 and 20% of ethanol into your petrol or even diesel would significantly help buffer that price because you're locally producing this ethanol. So I think that is something to consider. Now, beyond 20%, I spent my whole 4 years here studying that when you burn ethanol in an internal combustion engine, which is in cars and trucks, after a certain percentage of blending ethanol, when you start your vehicle, you produce aldehydes, which affect your respiratory system, which also are carcinogenic. So this leads to my second point. We need to think about a life cycle perspective when we look at the energy sector. And what I want to raise here, which His Excellency mentioned at the beginning, is the mining sector. We have all the different components that you need to make a battery. We have lithium down in the south, in southern province, that was just announced two months ago. We have manganese up in the north, in Luapula. We have nickel, as the president mentioned, would be the second largest mine in Africa. We have copper, of course, everyone knows we have copper. Cobalt can be found in the slags of processing copper, so cobalt can be a byproduct of your copper production. So now there's a lot of companies even looking into just going through the residue waste of the copper production to see if you can spot any cobalt. But as the president again mentioned, cobalt are looking into cobalt production in Zambia. These are all your constituents to make a battery. You need your lithium, nickel, manganese, and cobalt. These go into electric vehicles. Now what we do is we export them as ore. So if we take manganese, for example, you get 10 cents per bucket of manganese ore up in the north in Luapula province. That is nothing. That is not going to help Luapula province. 80% of the province is still under the poverty line as defined by the sort of global average. So we need to think about policy that helps us bring, like for example, what Indonesia has done by banning the export of nickel ore to then bring in value addition to nickel production in Indonesia. They don't have all the other resources, but we're blessed in sub-Saharan Africa to have all the other resources to make a battery plant, which then can supply your EVs. And if you think about electric vehicles, between 15 and 30% of the cost of the electric vehicle is the battery. Now, that's because the minerals travel from DRC, for example, cobalt, all the way to China to get processed. Then that goes into cells that then is put into module packs in the EU or in the US. And then that comes back to Zambia. And we want to think about electric transition in terms of EV. that whole supply chain has a significant carbon footprint, but also would lead to the prices that are unaffordable. We can do that locally. So thinking about solutions in a life cycle perspective is something that across the energy sector is something that I would endorse everyone to think about, as well as not discounting as we come up with our decarbonization plans, the transport sector.
Thank you, Varun. So you can see there's, a few mentions of lots of potential in Zambia. We're not fulfilling that, that potential with the resources that we have. I'll open this up to the audience now. Plenty of questions. What can we do? What can we do differently to what we've been doing for the last 60 years to make these products, to start manufacturing them locally and create wealth locally? So I'll start with the gentleman there.
Can I ask you to? Sure.
And if you could keep it brief, please. We've got just under 15 minutes.
Of course, yeah. Sorry, good afternoon. Nick Leeson. I'm from a company called Longevity Development. We're an investment advisory company focused on climate adaptation finance. And all the technologies you've been talking about are fantastic. They're absolutely part of that mix, but they all require investment. And at the moment, Zambia suffers from a lack of creditworthiness for that case. But at the moment, there hasn't really been any discussion around how you build a capital stack that's attractive to the money. Because the money's not in Africa, the money's outside. And they are looking for the opportunities. At the moment, there doesn't appear to be many discussions around how you turn your individual technologies that are all very valid into creditworthy projects. How can you do that now?
Elias, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, that's a really, really great point. I mean, if you look at the range of options, from wind, solar PV with battery, solar concentrate, nuclear, geothermal, Zambia has all of those, actually. And very much, in the hydro space as well, if you're smart about how you approach the hydro, not looking at the big expensive dams where, you need mass times gravity times height. So, you've got all of this dead stock that's wasted. And this is really the challenge. I mean, it's interesting listening to everything that's been said. And I guess you can tell from my gray hair that I've probably heard a lot of these stories for many, many years. I mean, I came to Oxford in 1990. Okay, this is over 32 years ago. And, what we're talking about now, if you go back to even 1976, when Kaunda was talking about us having been born with a copper spoon in our mouths, and we need to diversify, there's a lot of talk, but very little action. And the key is focusing on what private sector initiatives can start to take place. And where government plays a role is really in its convening power and making sure that not just the policy framework is in place, but that they've got a really practical approach to how they're going to leverage the capital stock that's sitting out there and needs to come into Africa. I don't think we've quite got the answer yet, but this is the conversation we absolutely need to be having. I mean, just to sort of say a little bit about the ethanol side, what's driving the ethanol production, because the policy, by the way, on the 20%, it started with 10% 15 years ago. We've kind of talked about it. The policy is not the problem. It's really the implementation. But what's happening with the ethanol is people have invested in it, but guess where it's going? It's alcohol being drunk, being sold at Crucible Lusaka into the Congo. And it's a massive market. So even with the people that go in there with the best intentions, they realize, oh, actually, this is what's going to give us the return. And I think it's this kind of thinking. We've got to take away the government policy kind of thinking and say, look, everything is in place. What's really going to drive this? And it's going to be the commercials. And that's what's going to link back with the capital stock that's out here.
But if it's more profitable to sell to DRC, how are you going to get it into the cars?
Yeah, and that's the conversation that we need to have, because that's the conversation we haven't been having.
Yeah.
So now you do need something a little bit more. I mean, I'll give you an example of Kenya. Kenya is a great country to look to because they have entrepreneurs as leaders. Yeah. When I say they think like entrepreneurs. So they will say, for example, how did they get M-Pesa to be where it was? Because M-Pesa, if you speak to Safaricom, they laugh because they say every time we get a Zambian coming here and asking us, how did you do it? we tell them, well, we learned it from Zambia because CellPay had first come up with this idea. Now, what is it that they think about? They said, well, we've got to get people onto this system. So they just set a deadline. And they said, from this date on, every payment coming into government for school fees has to be done electronically.
Yeah.
People just rose to the challenge and they did it. And that's the kind of boldness you need. No matter how impossible it looks, just set the deadline and then get everybody to fall in line.
But that's a policy change.
It is a policy change, but it's a very private sector focused policy change. Yeah. It's not just policy for the sake of policy. So I can't just say, okay, 10%, you can bring in your fuel. I need to say every government vehicle and every vehicle that's not utilizing this. You see, you've got to be that kind of bold.
Yeah, okay, and focused. Thank you. Just quickly.
Add something towards that, Mr. Hichilema as well, is that, yeah, certainly all the money is outside Africa, or it's outside Zambia, to be specific, because ever since I got involved into this energy, stuff, I have come across two investors that almost wanted to put their money into Zambia. One was on solar panels, and the other one was ethanol. But then the government wasn't just ready on the tariffs. They were still debating. Honorable Musukutwane had not yet made up his mind as to whether really the taxes and the incentives should be given to. It dragged out for a long time until finally it was announced. But then they moved on to other countries, and I think this is where we are seeing Rwanda sort of, always come up, in the news, or in Rwanda, investors have done this, I think they're just a little bit quicker in providing those incentives when the investors come. I think our government is working on this now. It's getting better. And I think, it's the incentives, the tariffs, all those kind of things. We drag feet too much because it's big money outside for them to bring it into a country. There are all these risks and also political risks. But I think, as Mr. Hichilema said, the government needs to do something. I know they've left, but I'm sure they will get the message.
Well, you seem to have a direct line to the president now, so maybe you can use that influence. Okay. We have a question there.
Can you hear me? Okay. I think to kind of answer Nick's question is that the conversion of capital from to get creditworthiness for Zambia is the biggest challenge, and I was kind of privileged to be part of the Eurobond process. And it's very difficult to turn around a country that has junk bonds as a headline. But I think one of the things is that all the panel have touched on hydro, they've touched on solar panels as well as on biofuels. Being a man from the north, we haven't heard anything about wind. And one thing the president did mention is that he wasn't too keen on hydroelectricity. If I am an investor, like we said, to make the return better, as much as we have water systems in Zambia, people we have, as much as we have a lot of fish, they still prefer eating chicken and meat. So it's about a mindset change and making sure that we depoliticize energy. How do we, I think this is one for Elias, is how do we move away from having it as a political mechanism and into a commercially viable sector?
Would you like to give a brief response, Elias, if you've got any?
Yeah, look, it's a very difficult one. I just want to maybe just make a quick comment on the because the president did talk about hydro and that not keen, but that's based on the experience of hydropower dams. And I think that really when you look at the climatic focus going forward, this problem is going to continue. In fact, if you read the speech that was delivered by the previous president in 2015 in his inaugural address to Parliament, you could take word for word what he's saying in there and say it today, and it would be extremely relevant when it comes to hydro. Everything that we're going through right now, except for the severity of it, was exactly what was happening then. So, we understand that piece. But I think that there's an opportunity now because we've got a more private sector focused president who kind of understands how it is that you've got to get money to flow. And I think that we really have to take advantage of that. And as I keep saying, it's the crisis that's going to help the mindset to change. But we've got to step in pretty quickly and show that the gains can start to happen quite quickly. And I think that one of the ways to do that is through demonstrator. So there might not be too much capital ready to come pouring into Zambia because of the credit rating. It's good what they're doing around the bond issue, but what you need is just one or two investors that are ready to take the risk on a few demonstration innovations. And once they're deployed, suddenly the game will change, because everybody wants to see something. They want to see that it really works. And I think that that's probably the pathway that's going to get us over some of the challenges around our debt profile.
Yeah, but speaking of the...
Okay. You're absolutely right in what you're saying. I concur with that. But I'm also thinking, and at the risk of sounding controversial, is it easier perhaps in Africa to go and advocate for debt relief than to actually attract investment like the gentleman is saying? Because we put so much effort into debt relief. We are at every IMF meeting doing this and that, but where are we in attracting investors like the gentleman? Where are we? I don't have an answer. I'm just throwing it out there.
Just on the point of the crisis, and I think, in the last few weeks, the government has implemented two measures which lots of people have been asking for ages. So the independent network provider and net metering. And there's been a lot of clamor for that. And finally, because of the crisis, some of these things are being implemented. Let's see how well they work. But
you may think it's a controversial point, but you're actually saying exactly what the problem is. So think about it this way. Somebody comes into your house to spend the weekend. They figure that they like the furniture, and then they ask you if they can borrow it. They go and raise money against it, and they live a happy life, leave you with broken furniture. Invariably, that's what's happening. So you've got a strange situation where, because we prioritize the idea of dealing with the debt, and it is important, but it shouldn't be a binary issue. So you've got investors that will come into Zambia, utilize the assets in Zambia to raise capital for their businesses. Today, if you look at Cabled and the progress that they're making, Cabled Minerals, and the process that they're making with the recent discovery, and there are legions of examples that you can cite where the private sector, very quietly below the radar, is actually raising capital for Zambia in order to run projects that effectively dwarf the debt profile of the country. It's that crazy. The president even recited 4 of them, $10 billion that's been raised just over 5 mining projects. How are they able to do it? And why aren't we thinking a little bit more creatively around how to utilize our assets alongside the process of trying to address the external debt?
Can we take another question, Sam? I know you're keen to.
I just want to make a contribution. As part of what you've just mentioned in terms of net metering and the new policies that have come through. Yeah. But also I want to touch on, someone spoke about the grid, and I think Kefas talked about, I think Dr. Ngambi had reminded me about the wastage of energy. I think we have to take a two-pronged approach. There's an education point side that you have to take in terms of, if you want to encourage more of people to have solar panels and the PV that comes in that you can put into the grid. Here in the UK, we talk about feed-in tariff. That's part of what I do under the company that I work for. From the UK point of view, 10 years ago, they realized the grid was full. You can't put in any more energy into it. How do you then take whatever you have, your energy mix, into battery storage? Because that's the next line that we have to look into. Because if we then have this new policy that allows just net metering, there's a regulation side of it who's going to be doing the certification for anyone who has solar panels to put it feeding into the grid, who's also going to be then measuring and ensuring that whatever is acceptable, be it up to 1 kilowatt, 1.5 kilowatt, is the one recommended that is going into the grid. You have to have all that set up. You have to have the regulation. I don't think we have that yet. Is our grid already set up for that? I am certain ZESCO does not have that grid set up for PV, even for the current PV that is already there. We've got a lot of solar farms that are available, up to 500 megawatts. They've been waiting for that decision, as you've said, but our utility, but also from policy, as Elias said, we drag a lot of things. We talk about them. Are we doing the action around it? Thirdly, are we thinking about the waste in terms of recycling of the solars? Because we have a lot of people, as your statistics, Kefa, say, in terms of people who've got solar panels, almost 60% goes to waste. What are we educating our people to say, listen, if you're going to invest, because that's a lot of money you're putting onto your roof, do you actually need that? Are you doing an energy needs assessment for your needs? And yes, we might say, I'm sitting on a kilowatt and a half. I can sell it to my neighbor. Do we have that system in place? So we can talk about several things, but we also now have to think about the grid is not a storage place for our energy. The current energy we're going to put onto the grid, because yes, we're looking for more energy, but we have to think about the bigger term, long-term storage of it and usage of it. So those are conversations that we need to expand, because it's an education side of things. It's good to implement policy that allows players into the market and good things, but set yourselves up and do it right at the first time, because if you don't do it right, it becomes expensive. Thank you.
Is this a crisis of leadership rather than anything else then?
A combination, yes.
Yeah.
Because you have to have the political will to do it. But as Elias says, at some point you just have to say, this is where we're stopping, and everyone else falls in line. But you have to do it right.
Yeah, okay. Gentleman with the mic.
A question. So aside from wishing the president was my prime minister,
oh yeah.
my background is, as Elias knows, so I used to run DFID in Zambia. I actually originally went to Zambia as an energy specialist, so kind of very interested in this area. Now live in the UK, do a lot of stuff with hydrogen and other things. When I was in Zambia, I think one of the things I was always interested in was we trialled some stuff around crowdfunding in Zambia through Prospero, and we obviously helped set up the kind of Zambian Business Angels Network. I think being in this room in the UK, in an organisation that designs financial models and so on, diaspora bonds or kind of similar models of how we kind of attract smaller scale UK kind of Western capital into Zambia was always, for me, a very interesting area. And I think actually small scale clean energy models are kind of, in my mind, actually the ideal place where you can deploy capital whilst people also know that they're kind of delivering social benefit. So I'm just kind of curious, actually, as partly a question to Elias, is anyone doing that stuff right now? Because it feels like Zambia has got so much goodwill in the UK and elsewhere, it's a prime opportunity to tap that, whilst actually the President and co have to sort out the bigger picture debt problems, which are very, very complex. But I suppose, so the question, is anyone doing it? And actually, in Zambia right now, if you were able to attract that kind of capital, what are the best things it should be going into, bearing in mind that people don't actually be losing their money, but they might be accepting kind of proportionate returns?
If you could be brief, Elias.
Okay, yes. Really, I didn't expect anything less than a really good question from you, Steve. So in the earlier, there was a panel earlier, an outreach panel, and Chisanga Putachekwe was talking about the number of Zambians living in the diaspora. Roughly 300,000 was his number. And he was estimating that they could collectively raise $20 billion. Now that would mean that each one, I did the maths, would be saving up roughly $60,000 to invest in Zambia. Now, it's not an unreasonable number, but even if you were to scale that down, by a factor of 50 whatever, and just raise $1 billion, it could be done. And hats off to Prospero, because I think you facilitated the trialing of a crowdfunding model. I can't remember what it was that you were looking to fund, but certainly what it needs initially is confidence, but the diaspora needs to be confident in its own country. And then they need the structures in place to be able to facilitate that flow of capital coming through. And then what you need is the projects. And when you look at what's happening right now, especially on the energy side, and there's something very interesting, you've got these international data centers. Bitcoin consumes 150 terawatts of power a year, equivalent to Argentina's consumption of power. They are looking for a net zero solution. and they are looking to decentralize their data centers. Zambia is very much on the cards, and they will sign up a 25, 30-year power purchase agreement through their data center managers in country. And there's actually one in Zambia. And these are the sort of structures that you can put together in order to address the energy challenge and work it through the crisis that's there at the moment, because we have government's attention. So I think all the elements are there. It just needs the kind of collective thinking that we have in these sorts of settings in order just to put this in place. And as an entrepreneur, that's really where my focus is at the moment here.
Several times, you still have investors going back there. So the emphasis is always on the negative in Africa. Zambia has to sell this story to Nigeria, and I have to be convinced before we now look at the international. So it's very, very important that we're telling your story, and we're amplifying it, but we don't hear enough of it. And that's my own personal view. And it's not just Zambia.
Lloyd, no, I'm afraid we're going to have to stop there. The other session has ended, and we need to move on to the next set of parallel sessions. But we can continue this conversation during the drinks reception. Thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. There's been a lot of... Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think everybody's nicely settled in. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Janet Botha, and I will be your moderator for the climate change panel discussion. And I'm joined with 4 incredible panelists who I will introduce shortly. But just a little run through of our structure today. So we'll have 5 minutes of intro statements from each of the panelists, and I will quickly open it up to the audience for Q&A, so you can ask your questions. So with climate change, even as in the presidential address, we've seen Zambia suffer in terms of the impact of climate change from droughts and floods. And it's clear that we need interventions so that, as a country, we're resilient, but even more than that, that we're still able to, grow and prosper. So how do we do that? And I hope in this discussion today we can, come up with a plan of what that can look like and what the way forward is. So I will start with some bios. So you have all the names on the screen. I'll start with Mr. Lubasi Limweta, who is a first-year PhD student here at Oxford, focusing on design and optimization of nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation in Africa. But he's also worked at the Department of Water Resources Development in Kitwe, so he's worked a little bit in the government sector in Zambia. And he's also had a background in environmental engineering, water science, policy and management from the University of Zambia. So that's Mr. Lubasi Limweta. And starting as well on my left here with Dr. Lloyd Lukama, who has a background in electrical and electronics engineering, so tapping into the energy talk that we just had. And he has 25 years of experience in the technology sector spanning consumer electronics, energy solutions, communication systems, and broadcasting systems. And he's also a founding member of Radiant Consultancy Services, which focuses on providing sustainable energy and technology solutions. And just before, or just next to Mr. Lubasi is Dr. Alex Manning, who is the program director at the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment here at Oxford University. And he is founder of WaterMac, which is an early-stage technology company focused on valuing water, which does quite a bit of work in Zambia, if I'm correct. And he also has 30 years of experience in finance, industry, and academia. And last but not the least, on the far left is Professor Chaloka Beyani, who is a professor in international law and human rights at the London School of Economics, but he's also taught law at Oxford and at the University of Zambia, and he has quite a resume. And so I would just direct all of you, in fact, to the website. So if you turn your badges, there's a QR code that you can just see all the speaker profiles and bios. But he's got some affiliations with the United Nations, with the African Union, also part of the UK Prime Minister's Special Envoy on sexual violence and armed conflict. So just, you can read through the bios on the website. Now, I think we're good to go. So, Professor Chaloka, if you are happy to give your intro statement.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introductory remarks, and it's a great pleasure to be here again. When I was a student and taught at Oxford, the side business school did not exist. So it's quite an orientation to come in here and see what the business school looks like. So I chose to address the topic, the international legal obligations for climate change and implications for Zambia. And as I do so in relation to the obligations, I'll also draw out what the implications for Zambia are. And of course, my knowledge in this field derives from international law, human rights, but I was also a special rapporteur on the human rights of IDPs and had to deal with climate change-related displacement for many, many years. So according to the 1992 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change denotes a variation in the climate over a period of time and which is attributable to human activity or natural activities, as the case may be. That convention was drawn in 1992, following the Earth Summit in 1990. But the cry for climate change goes as far back as 1898. It was a Swedish scientist, Ariane Savante, who first warned that carbon dioxide emissions will cause global warming. And they thought that he was dreaming. By 1985, the ozone layer was found, i.e. there was a hole in the ozone layer, which meant that radiation from the sun coming down to Earth was not filtered. That caused panic. By 1988, the United Nations Environmental Program was established. The UN Meteorological Center was also established. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was also established. So those were the precursors to the obligations of climate change. By the time the 1992 Convention was adopted, it defined climate change, but it also established the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities in the context of climate change, i.e. causation, response, individual responses by states, but also responses by countries as a whole. Crucially, in Article 4, it set an exemption for developing countries, which is quite important for Zambia in terms of their development capacities and making sure that they received a lot more attention because of that. So the original story starts and ends there. But what has Zambia done since then? Zambia adopted the Environmental Management Act 2011, which enshrines protection of the environment on the basis of the Real Earth Summit, the usual principles, precautionary principles, intergenerational equity. We hold the environment in trust for the future generation, which is why the Z generation has now come up and making claims. When you look around the world, all the claims in quotes about climate change are brought by young people because they think that we're not managing, and I think they're right, we're not managing the environment properly. But then the problem for Zambia is that you have three scattered areas of addressing climate change. As I say, there's the Environmental Management Act 2011, you have the Disasters Act 2010, and then you have the National Climate Management Policy 2016. This policy was after the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement set a target of 1.5 to at least 2 degrees. We have exceeded 1.5. But the Zambian national policy indicates that between 1960 and 2000, the temperatures in Zambia would grow by about 1.3%. Now, of course, that's important. But what's alarming is the data, 1960 to 2000. In order to address climate change, we have to have scientific evidence-based approaches in terms of environmental risk assessment, in terms of preparedness, in terms of mitigation, which areas are more likely than not to suffer drought, for example, or floods, and to take measures as a result of that. Now, the polarization between all these institutions makes it less likely that those measures can be taken in a concerted and holistic manner. Perhaps the rest I will address when the questions come up, but that's my opening 5 or more minutes.
That was perfect. Thank you so much. So I will let Alex give his opening statement, and then we'll go into the Q&A after.
Well, thanks so much, Janet, for the introduction, and thank you for helping make today possible. Climate change is normally framed as a challenge, right? I mean, the narratives are always challenge narratives, and, it's often framed as a societal challenge, an investment challenge, a growth challenge, and understandably so. I think just in the context of what this event is for, to stand up for Zambia, I just want to take those same 3 challenges around climate change and frame them in terms of a sort of opportunity narrative. So what is the societal opportunity for Zambia around climate change? We've heard a lot, obviously, today about the current situation in the country. And we can debate whether that's a climate change issue. It's the El Nino effect has been around for a long time. But what it has brought home is what the lived reality is of rains failing and stress and why that matters. I think was a societal opportunity. You know, I look at the country that we're all in at the moment, and look at where we've been in the last 2 years in terms of policy around climate change. Right? There's just been a progressive rolling back of commitments to make important decisions, and that's partly because the lived experience of climate change is still a bit remote here. Right? It's not as direct. There is no question about that in Zambia. 1 million hectares of maize have failed. We know that load shedding is at 10, 11, 12 hours. We know the hydrological challenge. There is unanimity and consensus societally and with policymakers and with business. Everyone understands that this is a societal challenge that needs to be addressed now. And that consensus, I think, is really important in terms of being able to make progress and make change. So that's kind of the first thing around society. What's more about that? External people can see this, right? External people can look at Zambia and see what their future can look like if they're not adaptive and responsive. And that focuses the mind, and it also focuses the will, I think, that is important to move things forward. So that's the first thing. This is a societal opportunity. The second is the investment opportunity. And one of the reasons why UK policymakers have rolled back is this idea that adapting to climate change or enhancing mitigation is really expensive, quote unquote. And we can have a debate about what that actually means. But think again about what's happening in Zambia. The president didn't mention it today, but I teach students at Oxford, and one of the things I teach them is that the policy around the Constituency Development Fund that has come in under this government is an example of, building resilience democratically at its finest, because it's demand-driven, locally driven, and so forth. And Zambians are choosing adaptive responses in amongst the choices that they're making at the ward level, at the district level, and so forth, in terms of what matters to them. And in doing that, they're building the foundation. The government has committed $250 million a year. It's a meaningful amount of money in the context of our economy. They're building the building block. They're creating the building blocks in Zambia for resilience that reduces uncertainty. Uncertainty, once reduced, supports the possibility of investment. President highlights economic growth is hand in hand with societal and social development. And we're doing the important things. I think Zambia will be seen to be, in these next coming years, as more and more countries engage and adapt to climate change, these models of democratic decision-making around resilience and adaptive resilience will be the playbook for where the future opportunities are as we develop adaptive responses to climate change. So that's the second thing around investment. The third thing is around growth, and people say, well, the challenge of climate change is that if you mitigate it, you're kind of constraining the rates of growth of the economy. Where are we in Zambia today? 2022 census puts us at about 20 million people, something like that. 2050, we will be 40 million people. And you can look at that two ways. You can look at that as a challenge, or you can look at it for what it is, which is this extraordinary transformative opportunity that the country has. The population doubles. All other things being equals, if everything stayed the same, GDP should double. But it's much more than that, right? We have 30. I think it's 70% of Zambia's population of the census was under 35. And then 50% is under 15. So not only do we have this demographic growth which creates an opportunity, it's our youngest, our most productive, our most talented people. It's an honor for me to be at at this event today. This is a small showcase of the talent that our country is generating. And with that, the adaptive responses, the productivity, the growth, everything that this country is struggling with, because the population is getting older and less productive, is all in our favor. And then finally, on top of that, apart from the energy and the growth that comes from it, it's the fact that people, the technology, the president again mentioned this, the capacity to increase our capabilities to deliver more per person than we have done historically is dramatic. So you just take those three things, right? Population doubles, double GDP on that. productivity increases. You double GDP again from that fourfold. And then the capacity of a younger population, and what can that kind of opportunities, you can grow it again. So it's perfectly realistic for us to look at the growth opportunity and associated to this. You know, to see GDP per capita dramatically different in 10, 15 years than it is now. And we have the platform to make this possible. And the question is, how do we ensure that we don't consider the crisis a crisis and understand how to leverage the opportunity? Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. And I think you've touched on what Elias was talking about in terms of turning the crisis into an opportunity for growth and development. So I will move on to Mr. Dumweta.
Thank you. I think the two speakers have already set the stage. The issue of climate change, from how the whole climate change policies and everything was set out, how issues of adaptive capacities and whatnot. But then I just want to remind everyone of us here to say almost 80% of the impacts of climate change is actually manifested in the hydrological cycle or in the water sector. When you have a drought, that's in the water sector. When you don't have enough rains, that's in the water sector. So all these things which are being talked about, the policies which are supposed to be put in place, the resources which are supposed to be mobilized, and also the adaptive capacities really should focus in the water sector, because when you solve or when you address the risks which climate change brings about in the water sector, you do have at least half already solved the climate crisis. I think some might know that actually the climate crisis is sometimes linked as equal to the water crisis. So I think I'm going to talk about some of the things which were like we can look at in terms of making our water sector more resilient, having alternative water systems when, especially right now when we have a drought as a result of the El Nino. I think this really comes back to the aspect of the water sources as groundwater. This holds a very much potential to actually buffer us from the impacts of climate change. The surface water bodies, as we might have them, the rivers and everything, we might build the dams, but these are exposed to the surface and they are very vulnerable to evaporation. With the high temperatures, the water which you store in those surface water bodies, actually they evaporate very quickly. So you might lose that water. But when you look at groundwater, it's somehow protected in terms of exposure to the heat and the surface. So I find that to be an opportunity if we can really look at groundwater, both at management level, how do we manage our groundwater resources, and also how do we utilize it, especially in these times of climate change disasters like the current El Nino which is happening in Zambia. And then another aspect, I think Zambia, as you know, and is really like trying to move towards improving the tourism sector. And also, you know that tourism, it involves mostly the natural resources which we have in Zambia. You talk of the Victoria Falls, you talk of the national parks, you talk of everything to do with tourism really is about the natural resources which we have. Now, how do we make these natural resources more resilient to climate change? So issues to do with ecosystem restorations, issues to do with making these ecosystems more resilient to climate change. I think those are some of the things that we should be looking at. Right now, some of you might be aware that there's this drive of nature-based solutions. I think you might be very familiar with the way the world is now like looking at nature-based solutions as the potential to actually address some of these crises which we are having. Because in as much as we have climate change as a crisis, but we also have biodiversity loss. So you find that like Zambia, for example, its natural resources, look at maybe the national parks or the forests and whatnot. The biodiversity of these ecosystems are actually also threatened because of the climate crisis. And this also is directly linked to the well-being of the people who actually occupy some of these ecosystems. So I wouldn't really just spot out climate change as the major crisis, but I would say it's climate change, biodiversity loss, as well as human well-being. So it's more like a twin. Yeah, some people call it a twin crisis, but I would call it more like a triplet crisis. Yeah. Yeah. So now these nature-based solutions, I think also they hold a very big potential to actually address these three problems. Because when you implement these nature-based solutions, they will address the societal challenges, they will address the climate crisis challenges through the carbon capture aspect of them, or carbon sequestration, and also they will address the issue of biodiversity loss. So you have your natural resources like the national parks and whatnot. The animals will still be there. You earn your economic value from tourism. You have your water resources to flourishing. You generate your power. You have your clean water, access to clean water, but also your well-being as the major aspect of it also be at least ensured. So I think we should start looking at these nature-based solutions as some of the very big steps which you should start looking at. Yeah, I think
Thank you so much. And I think that's one link that needs to be made a bit more, which is the link between climate change, our tourism sector, and the economy, because really Zambia's tourism sector depends heavily on our natural endowment. So if that's under threat with climate change, then that's an impact on our economy as well. So thank you so much for highlighting that. Lloyd, I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, Janet, and good afternoon, everybody. At the end of February this year, the President addressed the nation and declared a national disaster due to the drought that we're experiencing. I think the previous 5 weeks prior to him making the announcement, we had not experienced any rain in the southern part of the country, western province, central province, and I think parts of northern province as well. And what that meant was from about 2 million hectares of crops, the projection was that we're going to lose about half of that. And of the 116 districts, I think 86 were affected by the drought. And that was going to cause real hardship to our people in terms of food. And most of them, especially in the rural areas, were going to rely on food supplies from the disaster management unit, from NGOs, and from other sort of relief agency organizations. So when we're talking about climate change and the impact it has on our society, one of the things that we should be looking at perhaps is our food security and how that is going to be impacted in the immediate future by the drought that we're experiencing. The President did say that we are actually on course to have a surplus of our like maize production, which is our main crop. But then the drought came in, and that has just wiped out everything in terms of the crops. And then the other angle I wanted to look at it was from the energy sector as well, which was covered in the last session. We are facing a deficit of about 700 megawatts between our consumption and our generation, because our generation has now been reduced from about 3.5 gigawatts of installed capacity. We're only producing about maybe 1.5 or so. So what does that mean? It's perhaps easy for us to look at it at a policy or at a high level, but you have to look at people on the ground and how they're being impacted by the 8 to 10 hours of load shedding. I came across a posting on social media by a lady, Laura Miti, a couple of weeks ago, where she was offering students who are studying for their grade 12 exams. She said she had capacity to take on 5 students at her house to come and do some studying because she has a gen set. So those are the sort of things that people are actually experiencing, and the hardship that people are going through as a result of the load shedding. And I think what has also made the situation worse this time around was that the load shedding timetable does not seem to be coordinated. It seems to be a little bit haphazard, which makes it very, very difficult for people to plan their lives. We've heard of stories where the electricity comes on perhaps at 6 a.m. and maybe by 10 it's gone. And then you have the whole day without any electricity. So if you're an SME or if you run a small business, a barber shop or a saloon, then you have no power, you have no business for the rest of the day. So what has gone wrong? I think what has gone wrong is pretty obvious. For a long time, we had been reliant on our hydro systems to generate our power, and that was good for as long as our reservoirs were full and a pattern had been established where when we had the rainfall season, we would refill our reservoirs, and then during the summer months, the water levels would go down. And that was a known pattern, but obviously with the El Nino effect coming in, that has changed. So we now need to start thinking about what we do, reduce our dependency on hydro. People have spoken about increasing our solar, but that also comes up with its own challenges in terms of intermittency of the supply and the generation. So we need to start looking into perhaps investing in grid-tied storage. The president did speak about the minerals that we have and the potential that we could use those minerals to produce our own batteries to store the energy that we are developing. There's also need to look at how we change perhaps our lifestyle towards cooking, because we are predominantly using electricity for cooking. So are there other means? I think Samson earlier on did speak about maybe using biogas to do some cooking, and there are now domestic biogas systems that one could install that would solve that problem. Yeah, so I thought I would look at it from the food security angle and also from the energy. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lloyd. So we're now open for questions, and I see some hands already. If we can have our mic runners, with the gentleman here first, please. So if we can keep the questions brief, that would be great, so we can cover as many as we can. 30 seconds, please, or a minute if you must. Who's first? The gentleman.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm coming from a finance perspective. Zambia has no shortage of plans and policies. The NAP was reviewed last year, but it doesn't bear any resemblance to the investment strategy for the country, or the energy strategy for the country, or the agricultural strategy for the country. Meaning, from an investment perspective, it's almost impossible to understand how you make that creditworthy. From the ground perspective, how do you perceive that could be solved? Because there doesn't appear to be any political concern.
To give them 94 megawatts total capacity, and that is on the copper belt. And then the government last year signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Arab Emirates for an investment portfolio of about $2 billion again. And then that again demonstrates the growing confidence that people and private investors are beginning to have in the energy sector. And also as they sort of make changes to the way ZESCO, which is our state-owned utility, operates, the net metering and the independent power purchase agreements that are being signed. Again, that was just going to increase the confidence that people are going to have in the energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one from the gentleman here and then the lady here next.
Thank you so much. I think mine is not a question, but maybe just two issues that I feel I want to raise. The first issue, I think, is the fact that many African countries are too reactive. We're supposed to be good planners in terms of the way we manage issues. Because even the issue of climate change, I think it just exposed the way we are not organized as far as our house is in order. We are too reactive. When things happen, that's when we want to invest into energy, into solar. If the load shedding this year was not the way it is now, even the issue of investment into solar, we're not supposed to be there. Let's be emerging leaders that prioritize planning, which is key for even lowering the cost of doing these things. Because when we expose ourselves, we are reactive, And the more we are reactive, the more we require finances to pump into those projects. Because vulnerability is so severe, such that we need to adapt to that. Then secondly, I was in Rwanda 2 months ago, courtesy of the University of Manchester, where I'm doing my master's there. Rwanda is hilly. They have used their comparative geopolitical location because they can't farm in the mountains. They have claimed all the wetlands in Rwanda. All wetlands in Rwanda belong to the government. And every wetland, wherever you go, Eastern Province, Southern Province, the Western Province, all wetland, wherever you go, there's a dam. What they've done, they've built in dams, then the dams are acting as a buffer zone for restoration, wetland restoration. So every wetland has a dam, and after that dam, downstream, maybe 400 farmers are doing agriculture on the wetland. They don't have space in Rwanda, on the wetlands. As a result, the water flowing from the dams is able to restore the entire wetland. And when you visit Rwanda, you go through the wetlands, you will see green, you will see vegetation growing, you will see a lot of forest regeneration and many other things. So as a country, Zambia, if we are not going to prioritize wetland restoration, we are going to actually have a serious issues in terms of animal-human conflicts. Already two journalists we've lost. Two artists we've lost them. 2 from the US because of the elephant fighting. Animals are coming, encroaching where we are because there's no proper restoration. They have nowhere. Biodiversity maintenance is poor in our country. So whoever will come to touch on wetland restoration as a nature-based solution, he's going to actually take it all because those approaches, they don't need finances from the United Arab Emirates, from the IMF, sustainability. Nature-based solutions to climate change can be as cheaper as you think because they involve local-based planning and working together with the community to do things that they've been always doing, like planting trees and restoring themselves.
Yeah, thank you so
those
much.
are 2 concerns that I feel like I want to highlight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just to comment on that, yeah. I agree with you, and I think that's why I even mentioned that there's potential in nature-based solutions because this actually can buffer us from these impacts of climate change and things like wetland restorations is very important that we should start looking at that. But I know that Zambia is going that direction. Right now they are doing the Lukanga swamps. They are working there, and I feel we are on the right track, but we should definitely get other wetlands restored, even other river systems installed, deal with the issues of encroachments, because in Zambia there's a lot of encroachments, and make sure that we allow the natural flows of the water systems really to take back its position and really avoid disturbing these areas. So I agree with you. But not only in the water sector, but also we should look at nature-based solutions in terms of the agriculture sector. We should adopt nature-based solutions to actually in the agriculture sector because studies have shown that people or farmers who actually include these nature-based solutions, agroforest systems, they actually are buffered from these impacts of climate change, and even their yields actually they are good. They're also having core benefits from these. Some of them, when they include value trees, like maybe they include fruit trees in their agroforest systems, they get extra earning from those. So those are the things we should start encouraging our people to say, you are doing your maize, you are doing your what, try to incorporate other crops or other trees which can at least give you an extra earning. And our agricultural system is going to be more resilient. So there's a lot of benefits which we can get from nature-based solutions, and we can learn from other people who are doing them. One of them is in Ghana. There are quite a number of projects which are going there, which are actually using these nature-based solutions, and the earnings from there is quite very impressive, and the resilience of these systems are very well evident, and we can learn from them.
Thank you, Lubasi. Just to jump off of that, with regards to social impacts of climate change. So you've touched on a little bit about agriculture, right? And how nature-based solutions can help with that. Professor Bayani, what initiatives from a legal perspective do you think are necessary to help protect the most vulnerable in Zambia? Because I think from the presidential address, the president was saying economy, we need to get our economy together before, we can start thinking about how other things can work. But the real, on the ground, right, I guess kind of what Lloyd was saying, the real impact that people are facing, is there a way, at least from a legal side, that we can start also making some gains towards that in Zambia?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's a very important question. It connotes the intersection between the environment, climate change, and human rights. And human rights is the proper basis for addressing the social impact, in addition to some of the inbred aspects of climate change. By that, I mean risk and responsibility go hand in hand. Identifying the risk and taking measures on the basis of the foreseeability of that risk is the engagement of responsibility. So the risk lies in, first of all, an existential threat to humanity. In India, 200 people died from heat about 3 weeks ago. In Mali, it was 250. In Zambia, we've been complaining through January to February of heat. Now it's the cold. So we have infrequent weather patterns which impact differentially. So from risk and responsibility is the concept of preparedness. Climate change requires us to be forward-looking. Once we have identified the risks, the impacts on food insecurity, on water systems, on health systems, it rains, floods, we say this is cholera, and we seem to be used to it. But in fact, it's something that's undermining our economic and social resilience, bringing about economic decline and social degradation, altogether in the areas where climate change itself is actually visible. The gentleman spoke about Rwanda, but Rwanda is proactive in looking forward. We call load shedding, but in fact, the issue of load shedding energy means that from the point of view of risk and responsibility, foreseeability, you've got to be able to see that your energy supplies are going to be affected. They're going to be depleted. What do you do about that in time before they get depleted? That's a critical issue. We laugh about, well, not laugh, but we lament Forest 27 has been occupied. Why was it gazetted in the first place? It's a major ecosystem with water in there, for our sustainability. And once people move in there and damage that environment, it ceases, to give us what we actually need. So identifying those, and of course there are specific rights that relate to those, the right to health, the right to a clean environment, the right to life, i.e. to be alive, as it were, food insecurity, food of sufficient nutritional value, to carry us forward. So there is an international human rights approach that looks at mitigating the social impacts, but you've got to be able to look out for the risks, take responsibility for those risks in order to mitigate them and take measures that alleviate suffering. Inequality, clearly, people move in poverty who were not supposed to move in poverty, and the evidence suggests that it's the most vulnerable that are likely to be greatly impacted by climate change. The rich would take individual adaptation measures, but the poor need social adaptation measures, from the state in order to mitigate their situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's really incredible, and I think that's something that I think as a people, maybe it's a mindset shift that we need, being, proactive rather than reactive in terms of thinking about some of these issues. So I'll go to her because you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you so much to the panel speakers for that informative session. I'm Princess. I'm a student at LSE.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to also answer the question, the statement that he brought up regarding policies, because I've seen that in the past years, in the negotiation table, there was a lot of resistance regarding the topic of climate change in developing states. So it could start from the fact that they don't really understand, especially with certain leaders, don't really understand the intricacies of climate and science and all that. I have one question that I have is, do you feel that the principle, the CBDR principle, is actually relevant? Or do you think that it's just a principle being talked about on paper for developed countries to make developing countries feel like something is being done, especially seeing that in like the multilateral agreements, there's this issue with sometimes certain developing countries are categorized as developing, but sometimes they're categorized as developed to kind of run away from the responsibilities. Yeah, and
China,
then also,
you mean?
and then also my other question is, are trade-offs being really fully addressed? Because yes, we're talking about bringing in like solar and all that, but then are we looking at these trade-offs? Are we looking at how is it going to impact the environment, and what can we do then? Because we see, let's say, which country is it? There's a country that currently has a factory. They're recycling lithium batteries. No. Yeah. So then how are we as a country then currently going towards, let's address this trade? Because at the end of the day, even if we're creating these solutions and then we end up having those issues with more environmental degradation, then there was no point at all in creating those solutions.
Yeah. Lubasi, do you want to touch on the environmental assessment part?
I don't know if I got her question, but just to touch on that, I think at the current technology age which we are, we have the necessary technology which can be employed to solve our problems without really causing harm to the environment. It shouldn't be assumed that because maybe in the 1930s, when you put up maybe a power plant of some sort, it released this much pollution. Technology has changed, and we can adapt to those new technologies to actually prevent those environmental impacts from some of these. So I think getting these things more precautionary and really addressing the impacts which might come from there, because we've learned some of these impacts, I think it's possible that we can forge ahead without really causing harm to the environment.
Yeah, thank you for that. Professor Biani, do you want to comment on the targets?
Yes.
And then
well, thank you very much. I think the common but differentiated responsibilities meant well, but it has become a cop-out, especially for the developed countries and in relation to developing states. The reason I say it has become a cop-out is that there's no identification of which responsibilities are common. That is avoided. When you started from the Kyoto Protocol, identified a range of gases that needed to be cut out, and the measures, the pressure from the developed countries arises from the cost of cutting down on those gases in terms of manufacturing, in terms of the state of the industry, and they don't want to bear that burden. And so no sooner had Clinton signed that, and then Bush came and said, sorry, we're not going to have this because of pressure from the American industrial complex, as it were. As we speak now, you have heard candidate Trump saying to the American industrial complex that he's going to cut all the finance pledges in relation to climate change that have been made. He's not going to honor them. Okay, so the pressure there comes from the cost of adaptation in relation to that. But the risk for us is that as those countries begin to adapt, we become dumping grounds for what they don't want. That will happen. and there are real, possibilities that all the cars that run on carbon dioxide will be sold cheaply to us. Our roads are not ready for electric cars. We don't even have charging points, for electric cars. So we have some responsibilities, to plan and make sure that we don't become a dumping ground. And I think that our main aspect in terms of common differentiated responsibilities is the common responsibilities are borne much more by those who cause it, i.e. the principle of causation. The polluter pays is the principle in international environmental law. But then you have to identify the polluter, of course, and there's evidence from the work of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in terms of where the pollution is coming from. We have to make use of that, whereas the differentiated responsibilities for us are much more about, okay, how do we cope with this? That's our responsibility, the social impacts. You can't say because someone caused this, I can't deal with it. You have to deal with it because that is your responsibility as a state, moving forward. And then the final point, I think, is the issue of loss and damage. I think that's the greatest asset, for the developing countries. And to have had that agreed at the last COP meeting means that there are real prospects, at least for claiming damages from the losses owing to causation and the detrimental impact of environmental climate change. Adaptation fund is not meaningful. It's very small. How do you access it? Who and where, first of all? It may be a mitigation measure, but so far it has not been effective either.
Yeah, I would actually refer people to have a look at some of the pledges for the Loss and Damage Fund because the numbers are quite interesting. Alex, would you like to comment a little bit on the Loss and Damage Fund before we take the last question?
Oh, no, maybe
we take. Okay, we can take one from her.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room for Zambia. Because I think from figures that I'm reading, we are losing 300,000 hectares of forests per year. And most of those people that are burning charcoal are in the peri-urban or rural areas. So for them, it's a source of livelihood. And if we are not going to address this issue of people stopping to burn trees and their livelihood, I think we'll lose it. We can talk about other things that are higher up there and policy and everything. But if we don't get down to the ground and actually try and, through government, through whatever means we can do, try and link those two, the source of livelihood and the loss of the forest, we're going to lose it. So if we can, actually, I think I'll pose it to the panelists. If we can link and get a policy that will make people stop burning charcoal, we have to find an alternative source of livelihood for them. Are we able to make people love their forests by maybe putting up beehives on the forest, on the trees, and then linking them to a larger or major uptakers for honey, or issues like that, that actually are a win-win situation for everybody. We talk about saying stop burning trees, but what are they going to do? Mm-hmm. I know they shouldn't be doing it, but we have to be realistic.
I think that's a great point you raised there, linking the burning of charcoal with people's livelihood. Lloyd, do you want to comment on some of the alternative energy sources?
But I think before I look at the alternative energy sources, I think one of the things we perhaps need to look at is, I think again it was when we were talking about Rwanda. I think there comes a point where you just have to say, let's draw a line in the sand and we're changing the law. There's no more sort of producing charcoal. If you produce charcoal, you're going to go to prison. So I think that should be the first step. And then... Yes, I mean, I think that has been in place for a long time. It's illegal to have a plastic bag in Rwanda, and you're arrested if you're found with one. So that changing legislation, I think, is one thing that we can do. But I think the second thing we can then do is, what is the alternative? And I did mention about biogas being a viable alternative. But also, in the rural areas, people use charcoal mainly for cooking. And if we could find the solar-powered cooking stoves, because many people cook mainly between the daylight hours. It's rare that you find somebody cooking really at night. I mean, they could be warming up a meal or something. But it's giving them those alternatives, and also maybe looking at maybe some community-funded mini grids that give them that energy that they need to do their cooking. And I totally agree with you about maybe giving them some alternative sources of livelihood from the forests, you know, like beehives, producing honey, or even just using the arable land available for some other crops that they could grow and sell and make some money out of that as a result.
I would just add also that reforestation is important. They have a responsibility because cutting trees and charcoal leads to deforestation. But they should also be able to be planting trees, you know, to replace the trees that they have cut down and used. Kenya does this now. Almost every 3 months, there's a tree plantation ceremony throughout the country. You know, they do this. Brazil also does it.
Maybe that's something we need to start doing as well.
Just add on the same. So my undergrad research was focusing specifically on deforestation, and I really feel Zambia is losing quite a huge amount of forests as a result of these demands from charcoal especially. But for me, really, I feel the problem also is not really on the charcoal burners themselves, because trust me, I've grown, I think the major part of my life I grew up in the village, and I can count the number of times we used charcoal to cook. In the village, we don't use charcoal. We use firewood, which you just go in the forest, you pick firewood which is already dried up. So the market is in the urban areas. Now, how do you solve that demand from the urban areas? People in Lusaka are the ones who want charcoal. And the people in the village, they see that as a market. So if you cut that demand in Lusaka, the amount of forest which you are going to save is going to be very huge. So the energy panel, I think, mentioned the issue of biogas and other things. I think those are some of the measures which we should bring in to say, let's put a policy which supports biogas. Give incentives to the biogas industry. Give incentives to the people who are producing biogas stoves. Let people use biogas. And you see that deforestation rate really going down, because the demand from Lusaka will be almost to zero. And those people in the village, they won't find any market in cutting down trees. Where are they going to sell? Because they don't use charcoal. This I can tell you they don't use charcoal. Charcoal is used in the urban areas. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take one last question. Yes. Good point, Luasi. We'll take our final question.
Thank you. Gosh, I've been dying to contribute. Thank you very much for raising the elephant in the room. I think there's an extreme urgency in getting issues sorted. Policies, theories, concepts, excellent. But my goodness, we need a solution now. Charcoal burning is required now because there's no electricity. You spoke about Laura offering solar light for children to study. Those children need to eat. They come from a family. There's no electricity now. How do people eat right now? So I would like to hear more immediate solutions. So my unscientific study of driving between Lusaka and Chipata to my village, between a 4-year period. First time, yeah, lovely mountains covered in grass. 4 years on, those mountains are bare. Yes, we're talking about planting trees. They take years to grow. And by the time our gas and all these initiatives are ready, we're talking about minimum 5 years before policies go through and everything else. There'll be nothing. We'll be a desert. We're headed for that. And I would like to hear more immediate practical solutions, because it's not the rural areas cutting down trees. Yes, they use wood, but actually the urban centers in Lusaka, which is the most populated, that's your study, they're the ones who need charcoal now because there's no electricity. So let's solve that now, because they need to eat, they need to study, and my goodness, a whole generation who don't have time now, they won't be able to study, go to school, there's no electricity, they're hungry. These are issues we had before, lack of energy, and it's just going to be so much exacerbated if nothing is done now. So I'd like to hear a solution now, and yeah, let these policies follow, please.
I think the government is doing sort of implementing a number of initiatives to solve the immediate problem. But my worry is some of the initiatives that they're implementing are not green. You know, for example, in the last two power generating announcements that have been made, one of them is in dollar heavy fuel. And that uses the residue from refining petroleum. They used to get it from Indeni. I don't know where they're now going to be getting it from. So again, that is not like a green solution. The other one is Mamba. Mamba has announced that they're going to increase their capacity from 300 to 600 megawatts, and that is a coal-fired power station. We have a lot of coal in Mamba. So there's an argument that why don't we use our God-given resource, which is in the ground, to solve our immediate problem while we start then looking at the long-term, the medium to long-term solutions about bringing in the other renewables. But the core, the 300 megawatts from Mamba and the 105 megawatts from Dola could bridge the gap that we currently have, which is about 700 megawatts. So at least half of the deficit could be sorted out by those two initiatives. But I think the key is what the gentleman said. We need to start planning, okay? We know we can project with the mines, the investment that we're making into the mines, the demand for energy from the mines is just going to continue going up and up. So 2 years from now, nobody should be surprised when all the mines that the president spoke about this morning, when those start operating, and then suddenly we have like a gigawatt deficit. We shouldn't be scratching our heads to say, how has this happened? Because $10 billion has been invested in these mines. They will need energy at some point. So somebody should be sitting down somewhere making this calculation to say how much energy would this mine need and where would this energy come from? You know, if it means going to court to Mamba and saying, increase your capacity further, we should do that because we need energy at the end of the day. So some of the solutions to our immediate problems are not very pretty, but they're practical, I think is what I would say.
Pretty, not practical. That's, I think, a minute, and then we'll close. Yeah.
I think, gentlemen, Mr. Lubasi, you've made a very good point in enlightening us about the demand for charcoal, where it's coming from. That's fantastic. But I think, applause the lady over there in raising the question. I also think one of the things that we need to do from the gentleman there immediately is the replanting of trees. I think I was alarmed when you said that from your research on your undergrad, you noticed that the depletion of trees is alarming. And from what she said, the other lady about her travel between Lusaka and Chipata, I think for me, I haven't been in quite a while and I haven't seen those areas. I am alarmed because of what I see here in other places. So I think it's an easy solution, okay? We can make it fun, as the gentleman said, have a ceremony to replant trees and stuff like that. Let's encourage those people cutting down trees. You know, we can give them livelihoods and whatnot, but immediately, let's make them love their environment and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're not going to finish. So can I suggest we can keep the discussion lively after I officially close and we go to the drinks reception. So if you can help me with a round of applause for our amazing panelists for their contributions. Thank you all so much for the engaging discussion, and you can continue the conversation.